Ramada room welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, the shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track. Holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber Ramada room we confide. Loud cry love in this crazy ride. Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere. Heartbeats echo in the electric air. We dance on tables without to wait. Cry in the rubber Ramada room, we're all high.
Hey, welcome. I know. Hello, welcome back. I'm back. It took me a few days, but I'm back. Welcome into the Rubber Ramada room. This is Sheila. We are doing reviews today. We are still on the Florida versus Alicia Andrews because we are behind. We are behind. Things happen with real life. Y'all know how that goes. And yeah, so we just have to gather our things, pick back up where we left off. Life has been a little crazy in my world. I will be up and down a little bit more, so y'all may see me pause and go off camera for reviews because right now I am having issues with circulation. So I can't sit here as long as I was. So we're going to have to change that up a little bit. So with that, I'm going to put y'all on pause. I know we just got here. I'm going to play a song and I will be right back because I left my coffee in the kitchen, and then we're going to get right to trial where we left off because, yeah, we need to keep going. Hold, please.
One of these days I'll be alright. There's nothing here that I don't like. Just being me, living through my scars as I watch the clouds near and far. Hard to live within the truth, the memories of my youth. I'm doing my best to get it together, no matter the storm of the weather. Living like I had nothing to lose, not allowing them to light my fuse. I know I can't be the only one, a different path I never dreamed I'd find. It's a beautiful day to start with own mind. Live your best life, I'm not crazy. Stay a while, don't worry about tomorrow. Live for today, one of these days I'll be alright. There's nothing here
that I don't like. All right, that was a song that I wrote. If you're interested, I do have that. Yeah, let me adjust this. The dogs are a little wild today. Things have been crazy. My hair is a mess, and it's just going to be one of those days. So yes, I am here. I promise y'all, I'm here. I got my coffee. I spilled it on myself, so now I have a nice burn on my arm. Like I said, today's going to be a lovely day, but I'm here for it. So let's jump this up on screen, and I'm going to get to rolling. All right. Add to stage. Let's see. I don't like that setup. Y'all know I'm picky. I'm picky, and I don't like that setup. I like this one. Nope, not that one either. Y'all, what is wrong with this? Why does all my stuff keep just disappearing on me? All right. Okay, let's roll with this. And welcome in. Hey, Vibe. And we got Lois. So, afternoon. Oh,
I think you did too.
By the way, guess what? It is Tuesday. It is 3:00 in the afternoon on Tuesday, November 4th. And yeah, sorry about that.
I don't know if it's easier. I so much paper up here. My biggest problem is finding what I need at any given moment, but I do have it.
Very good.
Yep.
All right. You're really good.
Okay, very good. You may proceed attempting to lay the predicate. Go ahead.
Yes. Alrighty, good afternoon again, Detective Leader.
Yes, ma'am.
So
You're here. Well, welcome in. And I'm sorry I'm so late. It's been a crazy, crazy thing. So, but anyways, we're just picking up right where we left off. I know we're going to do this trial a little slower than usual, but I'm here. Welcome back. Well, thank you, Vibe. I had a few little health issues I had to get through, so I am here though. So
I was asking you before that at some point in your investigation, during this case or in another, you became aware of a woman named Emily Albright.
Yes.
All right, and you're aware that she was on the scene the night of the murder.
Yes.
Specifically, that she was a part of the group of people that Julio Foolio was with the night of the murder.
Yes.
Right, and you reviewed the video surveillance that shows her entering into the hotel.
I have.
Okay.
okay, I was trying to remember who this guy is. This is Dick Peters. Remember? Welcome in, Ava. Hey, love. Oh, I spilled my coffee on my arm. I burned my arm right here. Oh man, that hurt. Yeah, I need to put in the chat who he is. This is Detective. What was his name? Charles or Richard? Richard Peters. He was number 31. See how far behind we are? And they've already finished this trial, and I hadn't even watched it. I haven't watched it all.
And for the record, what are you getting ready to show this witness? What is this?
That's what he just testified to.
I know, does it have an exhibit number for the record?
Yes, sure, Your Honor. It's exhibit 22B.
Okay, very good.
22B6.
All right, so I guess you're supposed to be looking.
I'm gonna go try to make this to the best word.
I'm going to pull myself off screen so we can see behind me.
I have a little pointer I'm gonna try to use,
Okay.
if it works. It doesn't. Okay, so I want to direct your attention to the vehicle, the people getting out of the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you recognize one of those individuals as Miss Lee Albright?
I believe that's her in the pink. I'm not
Okay.
100%, but I believe that is her.
All right, and what do you see her doing at this point?
She's following a young man named Tampa McCray into the hotel.
And as far as your understanding of this video, this happens prior to the shooting.
Yes.
All right, and in your recollection of what occurs in this video, I can play it through if you need me to. Miss Albright doesn't come back out before the shooting occurs, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You do know that she was not shot in this incident, right?
I don't think so. I don't know the answer to that either.
Okay. But you have seen this video in its entirety?
I have.
Okay.
Okay, what's your next question?
All right. You mentioned earlier, we spoke at length at this point about the 2018 shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the individuals involved in that shooting is going to be this gentleman right here, Trayvon Bullitt, right?
Yes, ma'am. He's one of
also
the
known
deceased.
as Quan.
Yes, ma'am. He's
or-
deceased.
He is deceased. He died in that 2018 shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the person that you placed
Okay, again, like we did the other day, I'm going to pull myself down and I'll pull this stuff down. That way we can see better, and I will use my little magnifying glass because we are Mrs. Kravitz here.
him next to in this chart, this is his brother,
Correct.
correct? Same last name,
Yes.
same mother as far as you know.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay, brothers, nonetheless.
Yes.
Were you aware that Miss Albright videoed in that video entering in the hotel right before the shooting that she was dating Mr. Trayvon Bullitt, aka Quan, at the time of his death in 2018?
I'm aware of them dating. I didn't know about the time of his death. I'm
Okay.
not sure about that answer.
Is that information, but you were aware that they were dating?
At some point in their lives, yes.
All right, is that information that you provided to Detective Ramos in Tampa?
I'm not sure if I provided it, but I believe it was provided at some point.
Okay, and in your assistance in this investigation, is that a lead or an investigative tool that you ever used? Did you ever investigate Ms. Albright related to any connection to this murder?
Me, I did not. I was not in charge of investigating this homicide.
Okay, but you are the expert on ATK.
Yes.
And as far as you know, is there any other detective that investigated her potential role, if any, in this murder at all?
In this murder, I'm not sure.
Okay. You're familiar with a gentleman by the name of J. Dot?
Can you elaborate more? There's multiple.
There are multiples. Jacory Rivers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nickname or street name or rap name, J. Dot.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. To your investigation in this case, in this particular murder, did you learn that J. Dot apparently may have sent Mr. Isaiah Chance money to pay for an Airbnb in this case?
Yes, I did learn that.
All right. Was he arrested in relation to this case?
Not to my understanding.
Is he a member of 1200 as far as you know?
I don't think he's a member status. That would be a better question for Detective Griffin.
Okay. Understood. In your investigation in this case or in any other case, have you ever come across... One second, Your Honor. Have you ever come across a young woman by the name of Kyla Enright?
I believe, I don't recall her name, but I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask maybe let me frame it a little bit better.
Okay.
Did you review any of the information that was taken from the iClouds of the suspects in this case?
Very limited.
Did you review any information from the iCloud of Mr. Sean Gaithright?
No.
None.
None.
Okay. All right, let's talk about what occurred after the murder in this case. Is it your understanding, based on information that you received, that after this murder, that Mr. Isaiah Chance and Mr. Rashad Murphy made posts on social media sort of celebrating this murder?
Yes.
And specifically made posts of, not a football girl, Tom Brady and Bill Belichick,
Yes.
right? As a sort of celebration to successfully having committed this murder? Is that your understanding?
My understanding, yes. Brady and Belichick are, in the football world, are considered the GOATs, which would be like the greatest of all time.
Right. And that's not something that's uncommon. That's done often, right?
What's that?
Celebratory post, if you will,
Correct.
on social media.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Right.
That's not uncommon.
Okay, and that's outside of the music, right? This is just like a Instagram story or some sort of post on social media.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. And this will be done specifically by the ops?
Yeah, most times, or just somebody who didn't like them. And that might not necessarily be their op, or it's just somebody who is what would be considered trolling that
Okay.
group or that person.
All right.
They brought the word trolling into this trial, y'all. Okay, I never really... Yeah, I guess there's all forms of trolling. Okay.
And in your investigation of this case, have you seen any posts? Do you have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews ever posted anything celebrating the death of Julio Foolio?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. And not as a potential op or someone trolling or in any way. You've never seen any posts that suggest that she celebrated this death after it occurred?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Now, at some point, you actually have contact with Miss Andrews. You speak with her in an interrogation or an interview, right?
Yes.
All right. And during that interview, when you spoke with her, you asked her about her tattoos, right?
Yes.
You asked her about whether she had any tattoos related to Isaiah Chance or Gunman.
Yes.
And she actually opened her blouse to get ready to show you those tattoos, right?
Yes.
And you had to stop her because you didn't know what she was showing you.
Correct.
So she wasn't hiding her tattoos from you.
No, she showed him when asked.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know if they will show them while during this, but she has down the middle of her chest from probably midway's breast area down in like 3-4 inch letters the word Gutta, Gutta, which was her boyfriend.
Now I want to talk a little bit about, this is going to sound a little vague, but subliminal language in general in relation to gangs.
Okay.
Is that something that you see kind of often, that they will use language maybe to try to avoid people knowing what they're talking about?
No, I wouldn't say it's too often, but they do use it.
Now I want to ask a very specific question. Subliminal language in, for example, jail calls,
Okay.
right? Is that something you see common or often?
Yes, ma'am. They try to get their point across without law enforcement understanding.
Right. And the goal of that is so you don't know what they're saying.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're not being explicit. They're not telling you their plans or anything like that, right?
No, ma'am.
They will be using like code words or symbols of some sort to...
Yeah, with whatever they have created that they both people on each side of the lines understand.
Right. And when you are listening to a jail call, it's going to be on recording, right? Like it's like a jump drive or a CD that you might have.
For us in Duval County, we have access to the system, so we listen to them once they are recorded. They are uploaded to like a website under the name.
Got it. Okay. And the bigger point is, with your access to these calls, you have the ability to go back, record, rewind, replay to decipher what is being said, right?
Correct.
So you're not in a situation where it's being said once in passing and you don't have the opportunity to hear it again.
Yeah,
That's not your situation.
Yeah, no, that's not our situation.
Okay. All right. would you agree with me that there are a lot of unsolved murders and crimes related to this gang in Jacksonville, these gang issues in Jacksonville?
Yes, I would say that's a fact.
All right, and the cases that are solved, you sort of track those as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Like you keep up with who's been, convicted or who's going to trial, who's off the street, who was let back out on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're aware of someone by the name of Queso. You mentioned it before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Queso, as far as you know, is a member of ATK?
He is.
Right. And you listened to many of Young and Ace's songs that mention Queso?
Yes.
You're familiar with the lyric in one of Young and Ace's songs where he says that he dropped $50K on Queso's lawyers?
I don't know the exact song that you're speaking of.
But you're aware that Young and Ace or ATK has paid for Queso's attorneys?
Allegedly. I don't know if that's the truth or not.
Okay. You're not aware, allegedly or in fact, that Young and Ace or anyone associated with ATK paid myself or anyone sitting at that defense table?
Objection, Your Honor, improper false speculation. You can answer.
That would be between you and y'all and Young and Ace. I have no idea.
I'm asking you if you
I have
know.
no idea.
Okay. You don't know?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, so we talked a lot about the way that the gangs are disrespectful to each other in music and back and forth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But there are also some instances where the members of the gangs will communicate in a almost not threatening way on social media.
I've seen that. Yes, ma'am.
For example, on Twitter Spaces.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is a new thing where you can kind of it's just a room where people
like a
can talk.
chat room.
Right, like a chat room. So you've seen that before, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, you've seen it between members of ATK or 1200 and 6 Block.
I have.
All right. One second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Outside of the allegations in this case, you've never investigated Alicia Andrews in connection with any crime connected to ATK.
No, ma'am.
You've never investigated her in connection to any crime connected to 1200.
No, ma'am.
You've never investigated her in any crime.
Overruled. What's your next question?
Well, I guess 2 other gangs that I was going to list, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
In connection to 6 Block.
No, ma'am.
In connection to, I guess, what would be considered Out East.
No, ma'am.
And in connection to any other gang in Jacksonville.
No, ma'am.
Right. Outside of the accusations in this case, her name has never come up as a person of interest in relation to any of these gangs or the crimes that are connected to these gangs. I notice you keep looking at the state when I ask you questions.
Other than
Yeah. So you can answer the question.
other than this one, no. Other than this crime, no, I haven't.
Okay. You're not aware of any close or intimate relation or connection that Alicia Andrews has to anyone that was murdered in this gang war?
Murdered? No, ma'am.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that Alicia Andrews had any personal or close connection to any of the people that are mentioned in these music videos that we have watched?
Not the ones we've watched, no.
Any ones that we haven't watched?
Yeah, I would say there's a wide variety of them out there. I would say she has connections to ones we haven't watched.
And let me be specific. I don't mean her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. So I'm asking if you're aware of any sort of personal, intimate relationship that Alicia Andrews has to any person that has been murdered and mention of any of these videos?
No, ma'am, not
Okay.
murdered.
All right. Other than the fact that she was dating Isaiah Chance. Strike that question. You don't have any evidence that Mr. Chance has ever given her any sort of information that's not just public knowledge about this gang war?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If you know what the defendant has ever told Isaiah Chance, go ahead and answer if you know.
I do not know.
In your work.
No, I will pause for that. What party? What you got going tomorrow, dude? Tell me. We're an open chat. We don't mind. We'll just chit chat for a minute. I don't mind. What you got going on, vibe? I know y'all, I burned my arm. I don't know. Oh, you can see it. See all that? I spilt my coffee and that shit hurt. Your birthday, dude, you need to let me know where it is and I'll be there, be square. You can drop the link for it and that way I can put it to the side and save it if you don't. I have open where you can drop links in my chat for most part. So you're more than welcome to. Rumble 6 p.m. Oh, I think I'm on your I'm on your Rebel friends list. I'll look. I'll watch for it. 6 p.m. But what is that? Central, Eastern, dude. Y'all, one thing you need to learn about me, real quick, vibe. I don't know time zones. I know that I'm Central, and if you don't tell me Central time, I don't understand. It's above my pay grade. We are home, Denise. Look. We are home. Eastern. Dude, 6 Eastern is what time in Central? That's the problem, vibe. That's the problem. Ask Denise. I don't do time zones. You have 5 p.m. Okay. 5 p.m. I can do that. I can do that. 5 Central. I'll have to be in the background because I'll probably be still streaming tomorrow by 5 p.m. my time. But I will come hang out. But yes, we are home. And I already burned myself this morning I just burned it coming to the desk, bringing my coffee. Man, that thing hurts. That hurts. But as I've said before, now that a few more people have come in and everything, I will be turning my camera off and getting up and walking around a few more times during stream, because I am having some circulation problems. And I think that has to do with all this fibromyalgia and all this. So 57. You're older. I didn't realize you were that much older than me, vibe. Well, not that much. I mean, you're only 4 years older, but still. Yeah, I didn't realize. I thought you were younger than me. That's crazy. I really thought you were younger than me. It does. I've seen bits and pieces, but I haven't watched it all. So, I mean, and I say bits and pieces by meaning a couple of little shorts and stuff that people have put out there. So, and I haven't put out any shorts or anything on this trial because, I got to keep my look, Denise knows. Vibe, you have to convert time zones. Poor Sheila, it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. You won the bet? What bet was that? It has to do with, I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and fibromyalgia and ankylosing spondylitis, which on top of immune disorders causes some issues with circulation, and the Ehlers-Danlos being a muscle and veins and stuff. I'm having a few issues. So yes, that one. Yes, I seen she took the stand. I refuse to watch any of it of her on the stand because I want to watch it with y'all when we get there. Because y'all know me and my mouth. I'm gonna have comments. I'm sure. So, all right, we're gonna roll with the trial for a little bit longer.
On these cases, throughout Jacksonville, these gang cases, you've never discovered any motive for Alicia Andrews to want Julio Foolio to die?
No, ma'am.
All right. And other than Alicia Andrews being the girlfriend of Isaiah Chance, you don't have any evidence to suggest that she's somehow connected to gang activity at all?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Detective Dieter, have you made arrests for homicide? I'm sorry.
No, we all
Have you made arrests for homicide or conspiracy to commit murder in Jacksonville in your time in the gang unit or before that from individuals that were related to these gangs that were not paid for defenses by Young and Ace?
Me personally, I've not been the affiant or the author of any of homicide reports, but I've been involved in them, yes.
And have you had any cases where there was some paid for defense team by Young and Ace that you can establish proof of?
I'm not aware of who pays for defense attorneys.
Is that whoever's going to pay for an ultimate defense attorney, does that even have any part of your consideration regarding your investigation?
No, ma'am.
You were asked in relation to whether Miss Andrews has a close personal connection or relationship with anyone from these videos that had been murdered. How about people from these videos that have not been murdered and are still alive?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the cell phone extractions or the data that's been collected from Miss Andrews' device?
Not the thing entirely, but I viewed some of it.
So some of the extraction pages or packets of information?
Yes, ma'am.
Some of the chats that were extracted from her device?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the extractions from her device, is it apparent that she has knowledge of who Robert Howard is?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Robert Howard Kenny Caps?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Howard present at the scene of the homicide of Charles Jones in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Robert Howard convicted for the homicide of the co-defendant's brother, Rashad Murphy, convicted for his homicide, Spaz?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When did that homicide occur? What year?
I'm not sure the exact year, but I know the facts of that case.
How did Spaz die?
He was at a Raines High School football game where he was shot and killed by Robert Howard, and Adrian Gaynor, which is Bibby. Robert Howard ultimately served 5 years for it and was on probation at the time of this incident.
Based on your review of the cell phone extractions from Ms. Andrews' device, or at least a portion of those, are you able to also make a connection that Bibby is mentioned in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
How about ATK Keese? That's a member of a gang that's different from 1200. Was ATK Keese referenced in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection to vague as to being just referenced in that device.
Whose device?
Was there evidence in Ms. Andrews' phone of her communications with ATK Keese and direct messaging in the Instagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there screenshots of those communications between this defendant and ATK Keese in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
How about screenshots of messages from that extraction between this defendant and 6 Block member K Shorty?
Yes, there was.
And is that the same K Shorty that you previously described had some kind of falling out or split off from 6 Block and is now We All We Got, YAWG?
W8WG. That is the same case, Shorty. His
I'm
name
not
is Therese.
objecting to this line of questioning. Actually, has to be a sidebar.
No, the door was open. No.
I'm allowed to make arguments in front of the jury.
Fucking love this judge. Okay, y'all, I love this judge. No, I said no. Can I say no any clearer to you, lady? I said no.
W8WG. That is the same case, Shorty. His
I'm
name
not
is Therese.
objecting to this line of questioning. Actually, has to be a sidebar.
No, the door was open. No.
I'm allowed to make arguments in front of the jury, Your Honor, following 6 on sidebar, based on this testimony.
No, I've ruled. No, the door's been opened.
It's not related to the door being open, Your Honor. That's why I'm asking for a sidebar.
I just am ruling the door's been opened. Okay? No, you may proceed.
You indicated that your involvement in this particular case was attempting to share information about the gangs from Jacksonville to the Tampa officers. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have communications directly with Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was there another member of your unit that was actually providing or acting as the lead for the Jacksonville portion of assisting Tampa Police Department in this case?
That would have been Detective Drabeck.
So in your role, did you provide Detective Drabeck some assistance with providing whatever information you could from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that the homicide at the Rains High School was of Spaz. Do you know the real name of Spaz?
Joe Rod Adams.
And the relationship to Spaz and the co-defendants in this case, Rashad Murphy specifically, what is that relationship?
It's either his brother or cousin, I'm not sure.
Overruled. What was the answer?
It's either brother, it's a close family, it's either brother or cousin, I don't know for sure.
Is that the same for Davion Murphy?
Yes.
Would the lead detective who investigates 1200, Craig Griffin, have a better idea of the relationship between the two?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you are providing information as you can as to what posts you believe were relevant from social media, and again, the information is history, as far as history is concerned from these Jacksonville gangs. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is she talking to? I'll slow her down. She's on 1.25, which normally it's not a problem, but man, she is zipping through this, isn't she? I'll slow her down a little bit because she's asking questions and she's snapping at them.
Would the lead detective who investigates 1200, Craig Griffin, have a better idea of the relationship between the two?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you are providing information as you can as to what posts you believe were relevant from social media, and again, the information is history, as far as history is concerned from these Jacksonville gangs. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about whether you had the opportunity to speak with Alicia Andrews in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that occur after her initial interview with law enforcement as it relates to her relationship to this homicide with Detective Ramos?
I'm not sure when Detective Ramos spoke to her. I can just recall myself and Detective Drabeck speaking with her.
And do you have an independent recollection of the interview that you had with her?
I wouldn't be able to tell you everything that happened in there.
Was it a formal interview?
I don't believe so. I'm sorry, but like formal, like I believe we Mirandized her and read her rights and spoke with her as she was under arrest or like being lawfully detained.
You were asked whether Alicia Andrews has any relationship to the attempted murder case that happened in 2023 of Charles Jones.
Yes, ma'am, I was asked.
You specifically were asked whether she had relationship to anyone who had been linked to that offense.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterization of the testimony and of the questions asked by the defense.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did you have an opportunity to review that investigation, and ultimately you responded to that scene?
I did, yes.
Did you develop potential suspects for that offense?
We did, based on the evidence that was recovered and tested.
And were there ballistics evidence recovered in this case that linked back to the individuals that you suspected had committed that offense?
There was, on the scene there, we recovered spent shell casings. Those shell casings were sent off to a lab and were tested through our NIBIN technology.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. I don't think the results of the testing have come in, correct?
They've not come into evidence, but they were already mentioned by the defense in opening statement, Your Honor.
Well, I understand that, but the results of the testing has not come in yet.
Yes, Your Honor. Just speaking about your investigation and the links of those persons. I understand it's an unusual question to ask you about who you suspected may have committed those offenses, but based on the questions you were asked by the defense, did you develop a suspect in the attempted murder of Charles Jones from October 2023?
Yes.
Objection.
And
Overruled, go ahead.
do those persons have a specific relationship to this defendant, Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
Are they her co-defendants?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I would ask for recalls based on not being allowed to argue on my objections and what I need to get out before this witness.
Denied. Okay,
She asked for, what did she ask for? A recall? Never heard a recall before, but okay. What? And the judge denied her right
Your Honor, I would
off.
ask for recalls based on not being allowed
So she could
to argue on my objections and what I need
recall.
to get out before this witness.
denied.
Denied.
Okay, may this witness be excused, subject to recall?
Subject to recall.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, you're free to go, subject to being recalled.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
And
you.
I'm sure whoever will let you know, they're going to recall you.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
Your Honor, the state's calling Dr. Ryan McCormick.
Okay, have a seat, and I'm going to read the stip now, correct, Mr. Harmon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so,
Okay, I'm gonna speed it back up to 1.25. If they talk too fast, tell me and I will slow it down. Because that one lawyer, she talks super duper fast when she's on crossing, getting redirect. She gets really, really fast. That's why I agree with Ava. Sorry about that, love. And slowed her down. But I'm gonna put it back up to 1. If you cannot understand it, let me know and I will slow it back down.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are stipulation to identity. It is hereby stipulated by and between the defendant, Alicia Latoya Andrews, and the state of Florida, that Charles Jones, the person named in count 1 and 2 of the indictment in this cause, was found deceased on June 23rd of 2024 at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. An autopsy examination was performed on the body of Charles Jones on June 23rd, 2024 by Dr. Noah Riley, D.O. We hereby certify that the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith and for the reasons herein alleged, dated the 27th day of October 2025, and then the stipulation is signed by Mr. Harmon, Assistant State Attorney, Jeremy McClymondt as attorney for the defendant, and the defendant herself, Ms. Andrews. All right, very good. You may proceed.
Your Honor, may it please the court.
I've noticed that too, Vibe. There's very, very few people in this courtroom. It must be like a shutdown court where, you have to have certain information to get, because this is, with all the gang stuff and everything that went on with this trial, I'm sure the security was heightened and everything else with this. It probably was a huge problem for the court at the moment.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name?
Ryan McCormick?
Can you spell your last name, please?
Yes, M-C-C-O-R-M-I-C-K.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an associate medical examiner at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office here in Tampa, Florida.
And what do you do there?
So my job as an associate medical examiner is to perform autopsies and to determine cause and manner of death.
All right. How long have you worked for the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office?
I've worked for Hillsborough County for just over 6 years.
Can you tell the jurors your educational background?
Yes, so I received my undergraduate degree in microbiology from the University of California, Davis. I then attended medical school and received my medical doctorate from Temple University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Afterwards, I went to residency for anatomic and clinical pathology over at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. At the end of my anatomic and clinical pathology residency, I took my board examinations in both anatomic and clinical pathology and passed those. The board exams are really just multi-day exams to show you're competent to go out and practice on your own. At the end of my residency, I then started a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, Georgia. And at the end of that 1 year, I then went ahead and I took my board exam in forensic pathology and passed that exam as well.
So are you now board certified in certain areas of pathology?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Doctor, how many autopsy examinations have you performed in your career?
No, Ava, no, it's okay because I was having trouble understanding her. She was talking fast. So it was okay. I should have slowed it down. I should have recognized that and done it myself. I apologize for that. No, and don't ever apologize, sweetie. Here I am apologizing to you, telling you don't apologize. Sorry, not sorry. We're sorry. No, it's a moment. Okay, we're off the rails. Wait a minute. We've gone sideways for a minute. Hold, please.
Well, good morning. How are you? I think it's going to be a beautiful day, but you're going to have to do some things to help you have a beautiful day. You're going to have to be nice. You're going to have to be kind, considerate, well-behaved. I don't know if you're going to make it, but even if you do, good morning.
Good morning. We'll make it.
I've performed approximately anywhere from 2,000 to 2,200 autopsies.
And have many of those involved gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Do you have an approximate number out of the more than 2,000 autopsies?
I typically do anywhere from 20 to 30 homicides a year, which are typically gunshot wounds. Probably like three quarters of those are gunshot wounds. And then I supervise trainees essentially who are doing autopsies on gunshot wounds, and then suicidal gunshot wounds. I've probably done a few hundred in my career, so I've seen quite a bit.
Is the medical examiner's office here in Hillsborough County, is it related in some fashion as a teaching institution to the University of South Florida's medical school?
Yes.
How so?
So the medical examiner's office here, we teach resident physicians how to perform autopsies. We also teach fellows who have completed their residency how to be forensic pathologists and how to perform the job duties of a medical examiner.
And they get on-the-job training at the medical examiner's office here?
Yes, correct.
Can you tell the jurors, as far as medicine, the area of forensic pathology, what that deals with?
Yes, so forensic pathology is the study of natural disease and trauma and how either the disease or trauma causes or contributes to someone's death.
Doctor, have you testified previous to today as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and medicine?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately a dozen times.
In what jurisdictions?
Both here in Hillsborough County and in Fulton County in Georgia.
The term cause of death, what does that term mean?
So the cause of death is defined as the initial disease process or injury process that starts the chain of events that leads to a person's death.
And the term manner of death?
So manner of death is a statistical classification scheme that medical examiners use. It's a medical classification scheme that kind of synthesizes all the data that we have from autopsy, from toxicology testing, from circumstances, and we try to fit deaths into these categories for statistical purposes.
What are the other manners of death other than homicide?
Besides homicide, there are natural manners of death, which are things like cancer or high blood pressure. We have accidental manners of death, which are things like car accidents, drug overdoses. We have suicide as a manner of death, which would be self-inflicted injury that led to a person's death. And then we have an undetermined category where we, after all of our investigation, we can't really determine or place it into one of those categories neatly, so we consider them undetermined.
Okay, so I'm going to draw your attention to this case, a case involving a decedent by the name of Charles Jones. Was Mr. Jones' body transported at some point to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And was there an autopsy performed on his body?
Yes, there was.
All right. And was that by Associate Medical Examiner Dr. Noah Riley?
Yes, correct.
Excuse me. Okay. And Dr. Riley, is he an Associate Medical Examiner like you are?
Yes, he is.
At the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes, he is.
All right. And due to his unavailability to come in and testify at this trial, were you assigned by the Chief Medical Examiner? Did you agree to review this case?
Yes, I did.
And I want to talk to you about that, but did you agree to review items in this case to come to your own conclusions as to cause and manner of death?
Yes, I did.
And is that a common practice in forensic pathology and here at the medical examiner's office in Hillsborough County?
Yes, it is.
When fellows that come in from the University of South Florida and they perform autopsies and render cause and manner of death, frequently they will take jobs in other locations throughout the United States.
Yes, that's correct.
And in those situations, do you and other doctors who have permanent positions here at the medical examiner's office, do you also substitute testify in those cases?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Is there ultimately, when a autopsy examination is performed, is there ultimately a report of diagnosis and autopsy on that decedent that is generated by the examining doctor?
Yes, there is.
And is the examination of the decedent in the autopsy procedure, is it commonly photographed or documented in a photographic manner by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, throughout the autopsy process, really throughout from the time the body gets to our office to the time we complete the exam, we're doing digital photography.
So in this case, we're dealing with Hillsborough County Medical Examiner Department file number 2405732 involving Charles Jones. That number, that file number, is that unique to him and to his file in your office?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Dr. Riley did in fact generate a diagnosis and autopsy report on Charles Jones?
Yes, he did.
Does that report follow a certain format that is generally followed at the medical examiner's office?
Yes,
And have you had an opportunity to review that report?
I did. As part of my review, I reviewed the autopsy report, yes.
Did the autopsy report include anatomical drawings by Dr. Riley where he was describing, by drawing these and indicating where injuries occurred?
Are you referring to like the body diagram?
The body diagrams, yes.
Yes, so the case file did have the body diagrams within them, yes.
And did you review all of the photographs that were taken during the autopsy procedure in this case?
Yes, I did.
When the body is brought into the medical examiner's office, is it prepped in some form or fashion for autopsy?
Yes, we initially prep the body when it comes in. Before we unzip the body, we will actually perform an x-ray just to get an idea of what's inside prior to opening. Once we open it, we then take photos of the decedent, how they are. And then from there, we continue to process by undressing the body, removing any kind of, sometimes we, at scenes for
We do this blindly. Again, we're adults. I don't know what's coming up. Trigger warning.
homicides, we'll bag hands to preserve evidence. So we'll remove those bags and we'll photograph the hands as they are. We'll take fingernail clippings, we'll take head hair to preserve for evidence possibly in the future. And then we will usually remove him from the body bag, usually remove the person from the body bag and re-x-ray them prior to starting our external examination.
Is the body washed in its preparation process?
It is eventually, but typically what will happen is we'll do what we call the external examination first. So we'll go through and look head to toe and pretty much perform a physical exam documenting natural disease findings, trauma, physical identifying features. And then once we've significantly done that and photographed those things, then we would wash the body.
Okay. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So in the that external examination, would you document things such as tattoos and scars, things like that, surgical scars?
Yes.
And would you make observations of any external injuries, such as a gunshot wound that may have an external component?
Yes.
Okay. Is the body weighed and measured?
Yes, it is.
In this case, do you recall what Mr. Jones' height and weight were at autopsy?
He was 6'2" and 135 pounds.
I just looked by. I kind of remember that trial. I did not follow it, but the Ronnie O'Neill, I just looked that up, just out of curiosity, you know. I did not follow it. So that may be an interesting one to go back on some downtime and review. Thank you for that.
Does the file, the medical examiner's file, also contain a death investigator report of scene investigation?
If there's a scene response, then yes, it will have a scene report or some kind of documentation of the scene findings.
In this case, was there a death investigator report of scene investigation?
Yes, there was.
And did you review that?
I did, yes.
So one of the forensic investigators with your office responded to this scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And when the body is transported from the scene, is the body typically placed on a sterile cloth or blanket of some type?
So typically, when the body is examined at the scene, it is placed on a brand new kind of white blanket just to preserve any kind of evidence that may fall off the body while they're examining it on scene. And then they'll take the sheet with the body and put it in a brand new body bag and seal the body bag for transport to our office.
Okay. And there's some agency that the medical examiner's office contracts with that brings the body to the medical examiner's office from the scene?
Yes, correct.
In this case, when Mr. Jones' body was brought in and he was removed from the body bag, was there some object that was found in the body bag that had come off of the body?
So there was a fragment of a projectile found within the body bag when they initially were processing.
Okay. And was that ultimately collected by Dr. Riley? And I'll get to that in a little bit, but was it ultimately collected and packaged in some way?
Yes.
Based on your review, Dr. McCormick, have you come to an opinion as to Charles Jones' well, let me rephrase that. Have you come to an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Charles Jones' cause of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
His cause of death is gunshot wounds to the torso.
And have you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Charles Jones' manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
Now, the external examination that we talked about, was that documented in Dr. Riley's report?
Yes, it was.
And is there an evidence of injury section where wounds to the body may be documented?
Yes.
Now, in this case, did Dr. Riley document several gunshot wounds to Mr. Jones' body?
Yes, he did.
And is there past that, is there an internal examination section of the report?
Yes, there is.
And in the internal exam section of the report, did Dr. Riley document his findings and observations of his internal examination of Mr. Jones' body?
Yes, he did.
Now, would that include examination of things such as body cavities, the head, the neck, the cardiovascular system, the pulmonary system, internal organs such as the liver, the gallbladder, the pancreas, the spleen, the lymphatic system, and other systems and sections of the human body?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is one of those sections referred to as the musculoskeletal section?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I want to start under the evidence of injury section of the report dealing with a gunshot wound to the victim's chest. And I'll ask, first of all, did Dr. Riley label that in some form or fashion?
Yes, I believe he did.
Okay. And did he label it as, I believe, wound A?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. And is that label there for any reason other than just documenting and distinguishing that wound from others?
Yeah, I think it's just for ease of understanding which wound he's referring to.
Okay, all right. So these letters, as we walk through this, they're not there sequencing the wounds as they were inflicted in time or anything like that?
Correct. Usually when we label wounds, it doesn't indicate severity or order of injury.
As part of that wound, was there an entrance wound on the upper right chest?
Yeah.
I have to say, just, for pause and commentary purposes, this guy is putting out very precise, good information. I really like his not dumbing it down, but putting it in plain enough terms where us little housewives that do this just for enjoyment, watching trials and reviewing things, can understand all the basic terms as if we were dumb and didn't even graduate high school. I did. I went to college and all that, but still, I like the wording that he's using, bringing it down to everyone's level. He's not speaking words that are above my pay grade.
Yes, there was.
And was there any exit wound associated with that gunshot wound?
No, there was not.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would tender states 32A as in alpha through triple WW as in whiskey.
Any objection? Anything more specific? Okay, admitted.
Good joke. Anything more?
Publishing states 32A, and I'm just looking, you can look over your left shoulder there, doctor. Do we see the wound on the right side of Mr. Jones' chest?
Yes.
And is it right here, where my finger's pointing?
Yes, correct.
Now, we see another wound that I'm going to talk to you about a little bit later, this wound on the upper right arm. Do you believe that these two wounds are associated in some form or fashion?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury?
So the general, so first off, the wound on the right arm that you see in the exhibit is superficial. It's what we consider a graze wound, and so it doesn't actually enter into the right arm itself. And if you just from this picture can kind of see that it's kind of in a line with the entrance wound on the chest. So my opinion is that it's likely the same projectile or bullet that caused this injury pathway. So it grazes the right arm and then enters the right chest.
Okay. Can you tell us what internal structures of the body that projectile passes through during the infliction of this wound to the right chest?
So the injuries sustained to his chest included pretty much defects or perforations of the lungs, the heart, and the aorta.
Now, there's a documentation about a right second intercostal space where the bullet core and the jacket separated. First of all, the right second intercostal space, is that related to the rib cage?
Yeah, so the intercostal muscles are the muscles between your ribs.
Okay, the muscles between the ribs. So
Yes.
there is musculature there on the rib cage.
Yes, that's correct.
Bullet cores and jackets separating, is that an uncommon event?
It's not common, but we see it.
Okay. See it enough to where you recognize it when you see it?
Yes.
Okay. And the jacket portion of this projectile embeds in pectoral musculature somewhere in the body, is that right?
Yes, so it actually is pretty much gets caught in the right chest muscle, the right pectoral muscle.
And then the core continues to course through the body after that?
Yes, it continues on, and it's found later on the left side of the chest.
Now, you indicated that core passed through, I guess, the upper lobe of the right lung, the aorta, the heart, and I believe you said the lower part of the left lung?
I just said the lungs, but yes, I believe Dr. Riley documented it as the left, or the lower lobe of the left lung.
Okay. Was there also some type of injury to the pericardial sac?
Yes, there would be holes in the pericardial sac. The pericardial sac is pretty much this fibrous tissue or the tissue that surrounds your heart, and in this case, it had defects in it consistent with within the wound path.
And then it ends up in the musculature of the lateral left chest.
Yes.
Let me ask you first of all, would this wound have been fatal?
Yes.
The aorta, for those of us who don't know, what is that structure? What is its function within the human body?
So the aorta is like the main pipe that takes all your blood to all your other organs to every other part of your body. So it comes off of the top of the heart, and it's pretty much responsible for making sure that blood gets everywhere inside of you.
Well, welcome back, Lois. You were the first here earlier today. Glad to see you came back. we just on a delay with this trial. We going slow. We going crawl speed. It's a review channel. We're changing this over to more. We're doing courts, but we're going to do them review style. That way we won't be getting in trouble like we did with the Melissa Perez trial. So y'all just thank you for being here.
Is it a pretty large artery?
Yes.
Were there associated injuries to this wound, such as hemothorax?
Yes.
And hemothorax, what does that term mean?
Hemothorax, so hemo just means blood, and obviously thorax is chest. So really it's blood within the chest cavities. So you have some really minuscule space between your lung and the inside of your chest wall, and fluids can accumulate there. So there's a buildup of blood in those spaces.
Was there a documented amount of 700 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the right pleural cavity?
Yes.
What is the right pleural cavity?
Again, this is the right. The pleural cavity is the space between the lung and the chest wall.
Okay. And then there was a left hemothorax consisting of 1,100 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, so the same area on the left side of the body?
Correct.
And then another 50 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the pericardial sac, which you've already told us is a sac that it surrounds the heart.
Yes, correct.
So we're talking about almost 2 liters of blood just in this wound.
Yes.
Is that a significant amount of blood and bleeding?
Yes, that is.
What is the total volume in an average adult male?
The average adult male can have anywhere from 4 to 5 liters of blood.
Was the separated jacket and bullet core, were they recovered?
Yes, they were.
And were they photographed?
Yes, they were.
And were they sealed into appropriately labeled envelopes?
Yes.
So those would have been available for law enforcement to come and pick up?
Yes, so anytime we collect evidence such as bullet fragments, we tend to photograph them with the package that we label, and then we place them inside, seal them, and then we will turn them over to law enforcement at the completion of the autopsy.
So I'm going to publish States 32C, and this is just another view of this wound, this grazing wound to the upper right arm, and then the wound to the upper right chest. So the grazing wound, is that going to affect any structures other than the skin and the subcutaneous tissue underneath the skin?
No.
Okay, so that's just kind of going straight across the skin.
Yes.
All right. And
Okay, and then to just total sidebar, Lois, you're worried about your dogs, girl. Let me tell you, we're trying to plan going for a weekend or part of Thanksgiving to Hector's brothers' And I don't know what I have 3 dogs and I have babies on the way. The babies will be born before, I don't know what, my whole outlook on the holiday has changed because I'm going to have babies. And I don't know what to do. I'm being nutcase. We're about a week out or so till baby watch. So we have a really moody Lola. She is, yeah, I totally get it. I mean, I couldn't imagine 2 weeks, Lois. No way. I'm having trouble with 2 days knowing, no, I get it.
All right, let me move on then. Oh, with this wound, the way it entered the body and its direction, were you able to determine or, based on your review, the direction of that wound track?
Yes, I was.
And what was the direction of the wound track?
So when we give trajectories, just to understand this, is we don't know what position the person is in when they have these wounds inflicted, right? We move around a lot, we're flexible, and since we can't tell based off the wound track, we have to go by what we call the standard anatomic position. So standard anatomic position is standing upright with your arms extended by your side, your palms forward. So in relation to the standard anatomic position, this bullet path was right to left, front to back, and downwards.
I have family that'll come watch my dog, but that's
Moving
not
on
happening.
to a wound that is labeled as B, as in Bravo. Was this a gunshot wound now on the opposite side of the body, the thoracic, lower left back?
Yes, this was a gunshot wound to the back.
All right.
On the left side of the back.
Publishing states 32E. Is that wound reflected here in this photograph, at least the external portion of the wound?
Yes.
Okay. And we have these 2 wounds that I'm pointing out on the lower left back. Were both of those gunshot wounds?
Yes, the wounds that are labeled 3 and 4 were both entrance gunshot wounds.
Okay. And one of these is the B wound that we're talking about?
I believe it was number 3 was the B wound.
Okay.
Or what Dr. Riley had distinguished as B.
All right, so the one that is, for lack of a better way of describing it, above number 4 wound.
Yes.
That is an entrance wound. Is there an exit wound component to that gunshot wound?
No.
Were there any exit wounds in any of these wounds?
No.
So this wound, what part of the body, what anatomic structures did the projectile pass through?
So this wound passes through the left.
I have questions. Just me thinking out loud. What makes it, why does some go through and some stop? I mean, I guess they hit certain things that causes them to slow down. I mean, because I thought they were, with them using high power, well, they were also going through car doors and everything else, so I'm sure that slowed it down too. I'm just thinking out loud, guys. Sorry.
Kidney, it passes through the diaphragm, which is your muscle that helps you breathe, and it passes through the left lung.
Okay. Is this a fatal wound?
Yes, it can be.
Now, the diaphragm, is that an important structure as far as its function and it being injured? Does it have an effect on the body when it's injured like this?
Yes, it would compromise to some degree your ability to breathe.
Does the diaphragm, does it assist or does it work with the lungs in breathing?
Yeah, so the purpose of the diaphragm is as it's a muscle, and as it contracts and relaxes, it actually allows air to enter your lungs and then pushes air out.
And in this wound, was there a projectile that was recovered?
I believe there were fragments recovered from this within the left pleural cavity.
A deformed jacketed bullet and a bullet gore fragment were recovered?
Yes,
Okay.
that sounds correct, yes.
And that would have been in the left pleural cavity, which you've already described, the space between the lung and the chest wall,
Yes, correct.
and the left kidney respectively, I believe. Were those projectiles also appropriately sealed into appropriately labeled envelopes?
Yes, they were.
What was the direction of that wound track?
So again, in relation to standard anatomic position, this wound track traveled from back to front. It traveled, I believe it was from right to left and upward.
All right.
I'm sorry, left to right and upward.
Left to right and
Yes,
upward.
left to right and upward.
So it's on an upward trajectory through
Yes,
the
it
body.
was pretty steeply upward.
All right. And let's move on to the wound below that, number 4, which is labeled C in the report. Is that also an entrance gunshot wound we're looking at?
Yes, that is.
And is there...
Case 1, welcome back, love. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope everything's good. I hope you're feeling fine. And just wanted to pause for a second and let you know we're here, we care, and I hope you're doing well. See, Lois, the one that I'm talking about, This dude will get on here and he will play sympathy. He is monetized, but he'll put out his Cash App and stuff and be like, people be sending him money in his Cash App while he's streaming and stuff, and he gives them a shot. Dude, it's total crazy, some of these people out here on these streets. Let me tell you, I have seen some crazy streams. The only one has 623 stuff. Okay, that's a different one I mean, there's so many out there, Vibe. There's so many out there. And the one that this one that I'm not even putting his name out there because I don't even want people to know I watch him. You know what I'm saying? One of those channels, one of those you hide from knowing that you know. You're still in pain and recovering. Well, I wish you a speedy recovery, and I hope you're doing better. He's in Vegas. Oh, that for a place to be homeless, Vegas is the best place. Best. Dude, if I was homeless, that's where I go to Vegas or I go to Florida. Those would be my two choices. I mean, not that I ever would be, but I'm just saying, if it ever, that would be the best place. Just my thoughts. A lot of grifters out there. Wonder if he does taxes. I'm sure they don't. I am so sure they don't. It's crazy. There are some crazy ones out on the streets.
Well, you've already told us there's no exit wounds in this autopsy. Okay. Did this was the wound track similar to the one in the B wound or the number 3 wound?
Similar.
As far as its direction?
Yes, in terms of directionality, it was the same.
Okay. What internal structures were affected by that wound?
It only struck the left kidney.
What? Where? What are you talking about? Where? I need to find that story, girl.
So Mr. Jones suffered 2 gunshot wounds to his left kidney.
Yes.
Okay. And what were the projectile or projectiles that caused that wound collected by Dr. Riley?
Yes, there were fragments that were collected by Dr. Riley in that wound.
And did he follow the same process of placing them into a sealed envelope and marking it appropriately?
Yes.
Okay. With both of these wounds, were there associated bleeding, I guess, or associated wounds?
So yes, with the with gunshot wound labeled number 3 on here, or on this.
Girl, please tell me you're not talking about the deaths in the bayou. Because I will argue with you all day long. I will argue. Case why I love you. I will argue with you all day long over them Houston bayous. Girl, there is miles and miles of bayou. Man, people trying to say we have a serial killer in Houston. Oh, okay, not that. I was going to say, I haven't seen the thing about the homeless stuff in Austin, Houston, but I've been seeing that. So I'm like, man, these people do not say we don't have, I do not believe there is a serial killer in the Houston Bayou area. There's so many miles of bayous, and just to address this real quick, there's so many miles of bayous and stuff in Houston that all these incidents are spread about. There are a few that are together, but I don't feel that we have a serial killer. As they were saying, I think there was like 22 so far this year, and I think there was a total of 24 the following year, and I don't know, 18 the previous. I mean, it's the numbers are not growing by much, so I don't feel it's anything that's new or drastic. It's just the fact that they're finding them more now. I mean, I'm not saying that look at all the cars that they're digging out of rivers with bodies still in them from the 60s and 70s. I mean, I just have a huge problem with that. You'll send it. Okay. All right. Send it to me. All right. Do that. In San Luis Obispo, north of LA, they buy homeless people train tickets to San Francisco to get, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. See, Ava says, depends on the size of ammo. For instance, 22 millimeter generally bounces around inside. A larger millimeter in a Glock or Taurus shooting 9 millimeter does more. Okay, well, that makes more sense. I know that I have FMJs in my 9. So if you know, you know.
this photograph. It probably has some bleeding within that left pleural space. I don't recall him mentioning blood within the abdominal space, but there would be some kind of soft tissue hemorrhage. There was, based off the picture, some hemorrhage around these injuries.
And you indicated that the wound track or the wound direction in number 4 or label C within the report wound, which is below the number 3 or B, that it had a similar direction.
Yes, it was back to front, left to right, and upwards as well.
Okay. So I want to ask, with these wounds to both the chest, the trajectory of the wound through the chest and the A wound, and then this B and C wound on the victim's back, I want to ask you if those wounds would be consistent with having been caused while the victim was seated in a car by shooters in front of the car while the victim was both turning to avoid the gunfire and then trying to turn his back to the shooters and crawl through the front 2 seats into the back seat.
Yes, they could be consistent with that.
Especially the fact that he would be bent over. Would that, in your opinion, would that account for this upward trajectory, or could it, through his body?
Yes.
Was wound number, wound labeled C, the second wound to the back that we've talked about, which is number 4 in that photograph, was that a fatal wound?
So it wasn't immediately fatal. There is a lot of variables with that injury. It depends on how much he bleeds from his kidney and how long it would take him to get care. He could survive from that wound, but he could also succumb to it too. It would be really hard to determine.
Okay. These wounds to the back and to the front of Mr. Jones' body, how long would it take after infliction of these wounds, especially if they happened in rapid succession, to cause death?
It would only take seconds with the amount of blood loss that he had or he sustained.
Okay. And could he have lost consciousness in seconds?
Yes.
With these types of wounds, what is the actual, you've talked about gunshot wounds being the cause of death, what is the actual mechanism of death?
So mechanistically, there are 2 things at play here. One is blood loss. So if you don't have enough blood in your vessels, you can't maintain your blood pressure, and you can't get blood up to your brain or to your heart. And then the fact that the one bullet in his chest passed through his heart muscle, it caused structural damage to the heart, and so you're going to be more prone to having an abnormal heartbeat. So both are, and combine that with the blood loss and him not getting enough blood to his heart, you can have both of these mechanisms happening at once.
So I want to walk you around the victim's body with photographs, and I'm going back to 32E. There was another wound here at number 2, and states 32F, just more of a close-up of it, states 32G, more of a close-up. Is that wound something that is consistent with being caused by shrapnel?
Yes, it is.
And were there other wounds on his body that were consistent with having been caused by shrapnel?
Yes, there were.
Okay. States 32P is in Peter. This incised wound to the victim, that's his left elbow, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, and this would be the interior or the outside of his arm?
This would be the outside of his arm, yes.
Okay. Is that a wound that is consistent with having been caused by shrapnel?
Yes, it could be consistent with that.
States 32Q, just a close-up of it. States 32S. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is the this photograph shows the outside of his of Mr. Jones' right ankle or lower leg.
What kind of wounds are those?
These are what we would consider as abrasions or superficial defects, possible lacerations. They would be consistent with shrapnel as well, or some kind of projectile fragment hitting his body.
32T, just a close-up. Back out. And then above those 2 wounds, we see this little wound up here. Is that another injury that would be consistent with shrapnel?
Yes.
And that's seen in 32V in close-up. V is in Victor.
Yes.
States 32X. There was an injury to the victim's right hand. Right here, the palm side of the hand. What type of injury is that?
This again looks like an abrasion to his hand.
Okay, 32Y. Just a close-up of that. Something else that could have been caused by shrapnel?
Yes.
These shrapnel wounds, would they be consistent with both projectile shrapnel and intermediate barrier shrapnel, such as automotive glass?
Yes, they can be from automotive glass, from the bullet itself, or the projectile itself, or even from plastic or any other material.
States 32AA, just a photograph of the item that was located in the sheet within the body bag with the body.
Yes, that's correct.
You know, I thought that too, but I thought, no, maybe it's just me, not just me.
I'm going to show you some photographs of Mr. Jones' clothing. 32K is in kilo, double K. Sock from his leg. Would this be consistent with those two abrasions on his lower right ankle? The shrapnel coming through the cloth and causing those injuries?
Yes, so these could be consistent with those injuries.
When a person suffers either shrapnel or gunshot wounds and they're clothed, is it not uncommon to find defects in their clothing?
No, it's not uncommon.
States 32, double B, we see a hole here with the blue background and another one up here. Again, defects in the clothing where the bullet may have passed through the clothing.
Correct.
In the musculoskeletal section of the internal exam, did Dr. Riley notate that he had recovered a projectile from the victim's lower leg?
Yes, correct.
And I think he described it as a remote injury.
Yes, that's correct.
Would that be consistent with a shooting event that had occurred 9 months earlier where something or a projectile had been lodged in the victim's leg and left there?
Yes, there was, from the photographs, there was significant scar tissue around this fragment of projectile, which indicates to us that it's been there for some period of time.
States 32, L is in Lima, L. We see the victim's lower leg having been entered during the autopsy. We see this grayish area here. Is that the projectile?
Yes, correct.
And so that's deep in that muscles of his lower leg. Is that correct?
Yes.
32M is in Mike, double M, and that would be the item there.
Yes, that's correct.
Was that item also collected by Dr. Riley and placed into an envelope that was appropriately labeled?
Yes, it was.
So when we were talking about the appropriate labeling, states 32 double P, as in Paul, we have here an envelope that's labeled right leg, and we have a sticker on here that has the victim's name, the medical examiner's case file number. I can rephrase, Judge.
Thank you.
Is this label that's on the envelope, does it contain the medical examiner's case file number?
Yes, it does.
Does it contain the decedent's name?
Yes, it does.
Does it contain Dr. Riley's name
Yes, it does.
and the date of autopsy?
Yes.
And is it labeled with an agency's name there?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's your office's designation?
Overall, you can answer that one.
Yes, that's our office, address and name of our office.
Does the labeling have a place for the doctor to indicate the position of the body that the item was recovered from?
Yes, it does.
And is it indicated on this envelope?
Yes, it is.
And that's from the right leg?
Yes, correct.
And does it indicate whether it's a bullet or a pellet or a jacket or a fragment?
Yes, it indicates that it's a fragment.
States 32Q, double Q, photograph. Now, would this be the fragment from the the lower right leg that we were just looking at, the remote injury?
I don't recall. Usually we take a picture with the envelope and the projectile that will indicate what piece went into which envelope. It actually might be.
Actually, the remote injury, I think, is from the left leg. These would have been fragments in the right leg. I guess we were looking at the right leg, those abrasions.
So the initial image you showed with the muscle being incised, that was the left leg. That was the remote injury. There was additional shrapnel that was recovered from the right leg as well, though.
And in this photograph, we do see down here the item that was recovered.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is that what you were talking about, usually photographed together?
Yes.
Okay. So with the remote gunshot wound to the left leg, we're going to look at that photograph. And there appears to be an item down here. Would that be the item that was recovered?
From the left leg, yes.
I behave down there and chat.
Stage 32, double V. Once the items are placed into the envelope, is the envelope sealed in some form or fashion?
Yes, it is.
How is it sealed?
We use red evidence tape, and we'll seal along the seams on the back of the envelope, and then we'll sign and date our initials on the back, overlying the red evidence tape.
This is 32 WW, W is in whiskey. Does that show the evidence tape and Dr. Riley's signature and the date?
Yes.
And is he following your standard operating procedure as far as sealing those envelopes?
Yes.
States 32 double X, are these envelopes of several areas. Let me rephrase that. Are these envelopes of items that were collected from several areas of the body?
Yes.
And starting
Okay, so I know we have a little trouble seeing, at least I do, and you know me. There are different ones. This is left chest something. This is a sock. This is something tissue. And this is from the kidney. This one is left pleural cavity, and this one is the body bag. All right.
in the upper left here, if you could walk us kind of in a circle here, clockwise, and just tell us the areas.
Sure. So we have fragments recovered from the left kidney, a bullet recovered from the left chest wall, a bullet recovered from the body bag, a fragment recovered from the left pleural cavity, a jacket recovered from the right chest, a fragment recovered from the periaortic tissue, and a fragment from the sock.
Okay. And so not only is the area of the body that the item is collected from labeled, but also he's checking off what type of item it is.
Yes, correct.
Whether it's a bullet or a fragment.
Yes, correct.
Or jacket.
Yes, it could be. I don't know if he actually labeled. He did. Jacket for the right chest, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been labeled as 32. I believe this is 32A. 32A, there's a smaller envelope inside of the bigger envelope, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize the envelope?
Yes.
And what is the envelope?
The envelope is a fragment that was collected from the left pleural cavity at the autopsy of Mr. Jones.
Okay. Your Honor, we would tender states 32A.
Any objection? Admitted? Is it, what is it, 32? You said 32A, but I think it's 30. What does it state on there?
I'm sorry, 33A.
Okay. Any
All of
objection
these
to,
are 33.
any objection to 33A? Okay, admitted.
So 33B. The envelope has a smaller envelope. Do you recognize that, Doctor?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the envelope that was contained a bullet from the left chest wall that was recovered at the autopsy of Mr. Jones.
Your Honor, we would tender states 33B.
Any objection? Admitted.
33C. Do you recognize the smaller package?
Yes. It's the bullet that was recovered from the body bag of Mr. Jones.
And 33D. Do you
Are you
recognize
moving that into evidence?
I am, Your Honor. Tendering it for admission.
Any objection?
And 33D.
33D is the jacketing that was recovered from the right chest of Mr. Jones.
Any objection? Admitted. All of those. 33A through D.
Move to publish 33D as in Delta. C, moving to publish. And this is the item that came from the body bag,
Yes.
and it's described as a bullet by Dr. Riley.
Yes, correct.
And 33B, publishing from the left chest wall, and it's a bullet, correct?
Yes.
And then just the back of the envelope. The autopsy in this case actually occurred on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I think I had said the 24th. I think one of these may be dated the 24th. Was Mr. Jones' date of his age documented?
Yes.
What was his age?
I believe he was 26. Do you mind if I refer to the record or to the?
Oh, that's fine if you want, if it will refresh your memory.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 26.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 26.
And states 33A. In the left pleural cavity, a fragment or fragments,
Yes.
and the back. Thank you, doctor. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination?
Did you perform the autopsy in this case?
I did not.
Another medical examiner did.
Correct.
All right. And how many
Sir, why does he come in hot with that question? That was the first thing, that was the first damn thing that they stipulated to when, before they ever started talking about him, that he did not do the autopsy. He was an associate to the... Sir, shut the hell up.
the autopsy in this case?
I did not.
Another medical examiner did.
Correct.
All right. And how many gunshot wounds did Mr. Jones have?
In my opinion, he has three gunshot wounds.
All right. And so he passed away as a result of those gunshot wounds.
I'm sorry?
He passed away as a result of the gunshot wounds.
Yes, correct.
That's what the core of your testimony is about today, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. But you're not here to say who shot Mr. Jones?
That's correct.
All right. And so you don't know which person that was involved actually pulled the trigger that the gun that was used to kill Mr. Jones?
Yes, that's beyond the scope of my job. My job is just to determine cause and manner of death.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor, he may be released.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, state card, next witness.
State Court Detective Craig Griffin.
Craig Griffin,
And where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Do you have a particular assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently assigned to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Gang Investigative Unit.
What is your title in that unit?
Gang detective.
How long have you been in the gang unit?
Currently, a little over 4 years.
And what was your prior assignment in advance of the gang assignment?
Prior to the gang unit, I was assigned to patrol on the north side of Jacksonville. Also assigned to the narcotics unit or internal affairs unit, and I was also in the jail prior to going to the street.
And during your time on patrol, did you have an opportunity to work the areas related to specific gangs that are tracked by your unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have a question. And I don't know the answer, so I'm just going to propose this out there. And it's just a question. This is not an insult. This is just me reviewing. Question. Do they make something that you can put on that to make it not shine so much? And it's a serious question because my husband's bald, but he doesn't like he doesn't glow. I don't know. And I see there's so, and I don't know, maybe it's the lighting. Is he hot? Is he sweaty? There's a powder you can, yeah, see, it's a legit question, guys. I'm reviewing, okay? It's a legit question. I see a lot of guys when they get on the stand and they don't have hair, they got this shine. And I'm sure it's light, it's oily, probably oily. I don't know. Well, maybe your ex-husband's bald. See, Lois, Hector's bald, but he doesn't have a glow. He doesn't have like oily skin or anything. So maybe that's the difference. I don't know. It's just a question. I just thought I'd throw it out there. But I mean, I find sexy men bald being sexy. It's just me, but you're bald and you don't glow. Thank you for speaking up, Vibe, because I never even thought to ask Hector, but it's a legit question. Let me just put all this out here. I know we got stuff on the side scrolling, but just it's a good question. All right, back to trial. Sorry, it was a squirrel sidebar.
Are you specifically assigned to a particular unit out of the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am, I currently am.
And what is the unit to which you're assigned?
The gang or the unit?
I'm sorry, the gang.
The gang, 1,200 Audis.
And that would be inside of the gang unit. I'm sorry about that.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 84B, the gang chart that was created to represent the members or some of the members of 1,200?
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll look to the screen and publishing 84B, have you had a chance to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, total sidebar. Hector has a beard and he uses an oil for his beard. But that's just to tame the hair. I don't know. I guess it's no different than a woman using, mousse and gel or whatever. I don't use gel. I use mousse. So, I don't know. The lights and cameras angles. Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with it right now. And thinking about it out loud, it's the lights. Yeah, I agree with y'all. A lot of it has to do with the lighting in that courtroom. Y'all, and I don't mean that in any bad way. It is what it is. I'm not being rude or anything. I'm just questioning.
And in your role with the gang unit, did you help or assist to create this chart, at least as it relates to the relevant members of 1,200 as related to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
We have depicted on the chart a Rashad Murphy and a Davion Murphy. Over the course of your investigation, have you been able to assess what, if any, nickname was provided to you or that you learned to be assigned or associated to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Ghost 187.
What, if any, relationship is there between Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy?
I believe they're blood cousins.
And what, if any, relationship is there between both Mr. Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy to Joe Rod Adams?
If I stand correct, I believe Joe Rod and Rashad are brothers, and then Davion and Joe Rod are cousins.
Is this information that you often collect from social media or videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you oftentimes also have the ability to reference, for example, obituaries that are posted?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this particular case, was there an obituary for Joe Rod Adams, aka Spaz?
Yes, ma'am, there would have been one.
And is Spaz the individual that was killed at the Rains High School football game?
That's correct.
That's bad.
Did you, in this particular case, have any involvement with the
Whoop, wrong button, Sheila. Wrong button.
investigation that was conducted into the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what particular involvement did you have?
I conducted a traffic stop on a Shane Gathright.
And when you conducted that traffic stop, were you accompanied by other law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am.
As you all made contact with the driver, Mr. Gathright, did you ask him to exit his vehicle?
We did, yes, ma'am.
And did you complete a search of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Having attended that traffic stop, are you aware of whether any of your fellow officers were wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 through 104, so take a look at that and let me know if you recognize those images.
Yes, ma'am, these are from the traffic stop.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the beginning of the contact that you had with Sean Gathright at this vehicle stop, excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, State seeks to admit State's Exhibits 102, 103, and 104. Any objection? Okay. Admitted. In publishing States 102, are you able to see the screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And what date did the traffic stop of Sean Gathright actually occur?
Looks like June 26th
Of what year?
of 2024.
Were you working in your capacity as a...
Okay. Again, I did look ahead a little bit, and they're going to show some pictures of some of the gang tattoos and stuff is what I'm seeing. So trigger warning, I don't know what all these tattoos are. I don't understand a lot of it, so it is what it is.
gang unit detective
Yes,
when
ma'am.
the stop was conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that Mr. Gathright was asked to exit the vehicle. Is that what's depicted in, is that depicted in States 104?
Yes, ma'am.
Before he exited, were you able to make contact and ultimately identify the driver of the vehicle, confirming it was Sean Gathright in States 103?
Yes, ma'am.
Here, let's get a closer look, just because I can't. Okay. Oh, this was the kid that was getting all the stuff and taking it out of his mama's car, grandma's car, and moving it around. That's who this kid was.
Specifically as it relates to your work with is that the only actual involvement that you had, roadside or otherwise, with the Tampa Police Department case, other than providing background or historical information about the 1200 gang?
That, and then also the interview of Rashad Murphy.
And that would have been subsequent to the vehicle stop with Sean Gaff, right?
Yes.
And who, if you recall, attended that interview of Rashad Murphy with you?
It was myself and Detective Grayback.
And where did that interview occur?
That took place at our CJIC unit.
Was that interview recorded or documented in some way?
Yes, ma'am. Audio and video recorded.
Referring back to your responsibilities with the gang unit, how long have you been assigned to the Group 1200?
Going on almost 2 years now.
And are you familiar with whether 1200 used to be represented by a different name or the members therein?
They had a couple of different names, yes, ma'am.
In advance of 1200 being the leading name as referred to that group, what was Rashad Murphy, for example, or Ghost associated as?
Another group called 187 Boys.
As the groups develop into bigger groups or grow in size, do they ultimately assume these additional names? So from 187 to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, would that mean that Rashad Murphy no longer considers himself 187?
Not 187, but also 1200.
What does 1200 specifically actually represent?
It's a block located in Jacksonville, Florida, at the corner of First and APR.
And would you say that that's a neighborhood or an area of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Does 1200 associate with ATK or its members?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you personally in your time or work with the Jacksonville gang unit seen videos and social media posts which depict both of those groups in the same video or post?
Yes, ma'am.
Do ATK and 1200 share a common enemy in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And who is that common enemy?
It would be members from 6 Block.
Did you have an opportunity to review some photographs that were taken of Davion Murphy at the time of his arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm interested in these tattoos because I do find tattoos interesting. So I'm interested in what these are all going to look like. I have no clue. But I do know that some people get a little overboard with their tattoos and there's like nudity and shit. So that's why I was saying, mind your P's and Q's, and if you're triggered by that, well, you probably shouldn't be in my chat anyways if you're triggered by that, because, yeah.
I may have one moment.
Yes.
I have 3. One of them is removed, but I actually have 2 left on my body, but I do have one removed. Cost a couple $1,000 to remove a tattoo. So don't get shit on your body that you don't want. It's costly to get it off. And it doesn't come all the way off if you use a pretty blue color.
Through O. Would you take a look at these photographs and let me know if you recognize them?
Okay, flip into a bunch of photos.
And Davion Murphy is a member of which particular group?
He's a person of interest, not exactly a member just yet of 1200.
Are you familiar with the statutory criteria for gang membership?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Davion Murphy meet the statutory criteria for that gang membership?
Yes, ma'am.
What elements of that criteria does Davion Murphy meet?
He has hand signs. He also has tattoos and then associations.
So essentially, he meets the criteria to be a gang member by statute?
To be documented as a gang member.
Overruled, go ahead. Answer
sorry.
the question. Does he or doesn't he?
He does, yes.
To be documented?
Yes, ma'am.
But has that documentation actually occurred?
No, ma'am.
As it relates specifically to the footage from the interview room or the documentation from the interview room, state seeks to admit actually state 69.
Any objection?
No, just.
Okay, admitted.
Publishing 69A. You mentioned that he would meet that criteria based on hand signs. Can you tell me what it is about the hand sign that's depicted in this particular image that would...
Okay, I'm gonna pull off my media stuff so we can see this in full view, so y'all can see everything. I don't want to hide anything when it comes to this because I find this very fascinating.
meet that criteria?
So his right hand, he's holding up the 1200 hand sign. So the single finger showing the 1 and then the 2 over here to represent 12.
Okay, wait. In his younger days, he was a little gangster, but no.
So 1 and 2, so 12.
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that relate back to 1200 as you provided this, or described that to us?
Well, 1,200 is the group itself, and so being without adding the 2 zeros, 12.
And 69B, was this screenshot actually taken from the interview room after Mr. Murphy's arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
The
Are
fuck out of here, y'all. Okay, y'all know I got shit to say. What is wrong with this boy? Little man, sir, you child. You are in an interview room at the police. You got your feet propped up, laid back, throwing gang signs at the damn camera. What is wrong with people? What the hell is... Y'all, nope, sir, we don't act like this in public. At least I don't act like people like this in public, and I don't know people that act like... You are in an He's in an interview...
interviews like these, photos like these, documented in your day-to-day activity as a gang detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And in
I'm
the chart
sure.
that was previously presented, 84B, is it common for the members of 1200 to utilize that same hand symbol when posting on social media or in music videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's common. Let's just use our Mrs. Kravitz item. And look, there's the gang sign. There's the same gang sign. Oh, that's similar. That's similar. And looky there. There's our favorite. Look right there in the interview room. You go, dude. Toss them signs. Toss them signs, guys. Look, there you go. Right there. There's Jacoby. Let's see. Who else we got here throwing some signs? None of these other guys are throwing signs on these videos. I mean, it's I guess I don't, Cindy. I don't. I never have. And I don't understand it. And I'm interested. By all means, I'm interested. Tell me more about it. I'm willing to learn. But yeah, I don't have that kind of mindset to act like that.
Is there any specific relation as to when they do that?
No, ma'am. Just when they're on camera or taking a photo of any sort.
In your activity and based on your training and experience, if you see this hand sign, is the individual throwing it related to 1200?
Yes, majority of the time, yes, ma'am.
Are there times in which the opposing gangs will throw their rivals' hand signs?
In a disrespectful way, yes, ma'am.
So do you view those items or posts in context
Yes.
to determine the nature of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be common for a rival gang member to switch to the direct opposition? So from 6 Block, for example, to 1200?
If he knows, go ahead.
So to offend the other gang, they use the other gang's signs. What?
Disrespectful way, yes, ma'am.
So do you, your activity and based on your training and experience, if you see this hand sign, is the individual throwing it related to 1200?
Yes, majority of the time, yes, ma'am.
Are there times in which the opposing gangs will throw their rivals' hand signs?
In a disrespectful way, yes, ma'am.
So do you view those items or posts in context
Yes.
to determine the nature of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be common for a rival gang member to switch to the direct opposition? So from 6 Block, for example, to 1200?
If he knows, go ahead.
You said, is it common?
Yes.
No, it's not common.
In addition to the screenshots from the surveillance footage, were you also able to view some photographs that were taken by Detective Nieder and Davion Murphy?
Yes.
In 69D, are you able to tell us what, if any, significance was related to the tattoo on Mr. Murphy's neck?
It says, rest up, Avery McKnight.
Is Mr. McKnight an individual who is alive or deceased?
Unfortunately, he's deceased.
And do you know the circumstances of his homicide?
I believe.
Overruled, just limited, just explain this.
Was the circumstance of his homicide something related to the gang war in Jacksonville?
Yes.
69E, specifically as it relates to the tattoo across the bottom of Mr. Murphy's midsection. Are you familiar with an individual that went by the moniker of Suge?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Suge a name that is regularly utilized or mentioned by 1200 members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Suge also a person or an individual that's disrespected by rival 6 Block, by their rival 6 Block?
She's saying this, but this tattoo, let me pull this media stuff down again. This tattoo says Suge Knight on it. And she's talking about what?
Yes, ma'am.
a name that is regularly utilized or mentioned by 1,200 members.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Shug also a person or an individual that's disrespected by their rival 6 block?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, previously had Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy represented 187.
Yes.
At some point, do you document Davion Murphy's transition to 1,200?
Document it, no. Monitor it, yes.
So is there some mechanism by which you all record updates that you'll see or items that you think may prove valuable in when you do updates to documenting or undocumenting specific members?
Well, yes, because everybody has to be redocumented every 5 years.
So is there a log or some record that you can keep for documentation or items that would go towards potentially meeting that criteria?
Yes, it's called an FIR.
So having received these, would you have added essentially a note regarding Davion Murphy and his tattoos or known tattoos had you not had them before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there another tattoo with state 69H that was depicted on the left side of Mr. Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with Jacoby?
Yes, long live Jacoby J. I'm not familiar with that Jacoby.
Jacoby Wright or Jacoby J?
Jacoby was hook on the end, and then you have Jacoby Wright at the bottom. But I'm not familiar with Jacoby Wright.
Okay. But did you have an opportunity to view this photograph?
Yes.
Were you able to view a photograph of tattoos that were taken on the bicep and shoulder area of Mr. Murphy as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, do you recognize the image that's depicted on the top of Mr. Murphy's shoulder?
Yes, ma'am. It says long live Joe Rod.
And are you familiar with Joe Rod?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same Joe Rod Adams that was killed at the Ray's High School football game?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there several Shug tattoos across Mr.
Okay, so just here's my because I don't know. Yes, she does have a neck tattoo, Lois. So just out of curiosity, was Suge Knight any part of this 1200 block that I don't understand? I know he's in prison. I know he's a gangster. I know, he did music for a while, or still has music, but I gotta have so many questions.
Murphy's body?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, do you recognize the name Corbin from your investigation?
I'm sorry, what did that bracelet say? Believe in yourself. That's the bracelet you choose to wear. Believe in yours, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, do you recognize the name Corbin from your investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Corbin?
Corbin is a deceased member, Corbin Johnson.
We heard some music videos earlier today referencing Corbin's kidnapping. Was there some kind of relationship between the gang rivalry and the death of Corbin Johnson?
What do you mean?
Meaning, was it related to this gang beef or gang war?
That, as far as I know, his homicide is
If he knows.
unresolved.
Correct. Has Corbin Johnson's homicide been the subject of drill raps back and forth between ATK and 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my fault. That was not a clear question. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
Alicia Andrews, she's not a gang member, correct?
No, sir, not that I know of.
She's not a gang associate either?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, and that's according to the Florida statutes?
Not that I'm aware of. Not on my radar.
All right. These 1,200, when did it start?
Here we go for review, because y'all know me and my Mrs. Kravitz going on. I'm gonna have to find me a Mrs. Kravitz little emoji to pop up when I do these crazy things. So I Googled it, and Google says no. Suge Knight, which is spelled different than the way he had his tattoo. Now that I recognize it, I think that this tattoo had an H in it. SHUGE. If I remember, my memory serves me, says was not involved in the 1200 gang. He's known as affiliate of the Mob Peru Bloods, a specific set of the blood gangs in Compton, California. All right, so there's my answer. Just takes a little bit of Uncle Google to figure that shit out.
Early 2000s?
Early 2000s?
Yes.
So this is going back, you're saying more than 20 years?
Roughly, yes, sir.
All right, so when was it the 187 boys?
187 would have came around probably 2015, 2010, 2015.
Okay, so earlier when you said that, I guess it was Ghost, Rashad Murphy, he was
Yes.
part of 187 Boys?
Yes.
So, do you know what time frame he was a part of 187 Boys?
I don't not offhand.
All right, so he was a part of 187 Boys, and then he switched over to 1200? How does that work?
So 1200 as a whole, it's a neighborhood. It's a gang. It's a documented gang. And then within there, they have select groups. Okay, so you have 187 Boys. You also had another group.
Thank you, Lois. I thought it did. That's why I was like, wait, after I thought about it, when this popped up and it said SUGE, I was like, wait, that's not how it was spelled on that dude's belly. So thank you.
Referred to as A-Team, and then you had another group referred to as Cut Circle. They're all from 1200.
So it's not that he switched from 187 to 1200, he was always a part of 1200?
Correct.
And I guess in 1200 there may be even more specific groups.
Yes.
All right, and those groups are based off of what, streets?
Streets, maybe just something that they come up with.
Okay, all right. And not all of these people, they're not all born gang members, right?
No, sir.
All right, they become gang members at some point in their lives?
Being documented according to Florida state statute.
Okay. This is the 1200 chart. You're the gang detective for 1200, right?
Yes, sir.
So on this, I guess, chart here, 4 of these individuals, they're no longer alive, at least 4?
At least 4. You give me a second, I can. I count at least 6.
6, I have, from your testimony, you can add or
Okay.
something to it. I have Shug is no longer alive.
Correct.
Davion Murphy had his name tattooed on him. Is that
Correct.
I saw Corbin, right? He's no longer alive.
That's correct.
That's the unsolved murder you were discussing.
Correct.
And that's the one that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio was rapping about in his songs.
Yes.
Saying that Corbin got kidnapped.
Yes.
All right, and found in I guess a field, his bones were found in a field.
That's correct.
All right, and Spaz was killed at a football game, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At Raines.
Yes, sir.
That's the school where Alicia Andrews went.
If you say so.
Okay. Well, Spaz went to Raines.
Okay.
I'm asking.
That I don't know. I believe he did. Him along with Kenny Capps, or I'm sorry, Robert Howard.
Robert Howard. Okay. And Robert Howard is accused of killing Spaz.
That's correct.
All right. We have this Leaky.
Yes, sir.
He passed away.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I have Leaky, I have Spaz, Corbin, Shug. Who are the other 2?
So at the bottom you have Darian Self, Michi, and then Brandon Bevel, 5, who are also deceased.
You said Brandon, deceased?
Yes,
Darren, Michi?
deceased.
Deceased. That's also one of the ones that Julio Foolio was rapping about in the songs?
Yes.
And then what was the third one?
No, that should be 6.
You mentioned 3 on the bottom.
You said 2.
2.
Okay, so just those 2. All right. And the others, are they still in 1200 that are on this chart?
They're still, yes, sir. Well, so J. Dot, not so much. He would be
J-Dot.
associated to a different gang now.
J-Dot, is this Jacory Rivers?
Correct.
He's in a different gang now?
Yes.
What gang is he in now?
I would possibly tie him to the Bloods gang.
The Bloods gang?
Yes.
So he's no longer with 1200.
No,
Do you know why he's no longer with 1200?
I don't know.
And Bloods gang, is that a Jacksonville gang?
No.
These are young men, right?
Yes, sir.
Like early 20s?
Early to late 20s.
Early to late 20s.
Mixture of,
All right. And there are other individuals on here who went to Raines High School, correct?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
And if I told you that Alicia Andrews went to Raines High School, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir.
In high school, were all of these individuals, were they gang members in high school?
Not that I recall.
So at some point down the road, maybe they become gang members after they leave high school or when they drop out. Is that possible?
Or during high school, because
Sometimes.
you have Instagram, you have social media.
So sometimes they become gang members in high school, right?
Yes.
Sometimes after high school.
Yes, sir.
All right. You know of Alicia Andrews to use any hand signs?
No, sir.
You know of Alicia Andrews to be in any music videos?
I've never seen her in one. No, sir.
And did you know of Alicia Andrews prior to this case?
No, sir.
But you knew of these other individuals in 1200 prior to this case, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, redirect? No, Your Honor. If this witness be excused? Yes. Thank you, you're free to go.
I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Christopher Draven.
I need somebody to spell that.
Sure, quick one? Okay, yep, we'll take just a quick 2-minute break, okay?
All rise.
gang or gangs
All rise.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. State who's your next witness.
Detective Christopher Drabek.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name for the jury.
My name is Chris Drabek.
And where are you employed?
I work for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Are you also a member of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Gang Unit?
I am.
How long have you been employed with the JSO?
Going on 9 years, since May of 2017.
And are you also assigned a specific gang or gangs in the unit?
Yes.
Who are you assigned?
I'm currently assigned a criminal gang called 21st Street and another criminal gang called Rat Chasing Family.
So not any of the ATK, 1200, or 6 block gangs that...
What? What? Wait, what? I'm sorry. What? Rat chasing y'all.
Another criminal gang called Rat Chasing Family.
So,
And a criminal gang called 21st Street and another criminal gang called Rat Chasing Family.
so not any of the ATK, 1200, or 6 block gangs that were referenced specifically in this case.
No.
Are you familiar with those gangs?
Yes,
Do you work alongside the detectives who are specifically assigned to those gangs?
I do.
And were you familiar enough with those gangs and in your workings with those detectives to create the chart that we previously admitted as State's Exhibit 89 in this case for the gangs?
Yes, we worked and we facilitated the charts together.
Did you maintain
My problem is now my nosy ass wants to know where the hell they get their name from. Rat chasing what?
a relationship with the lead detective from the homicide investigation from Tampa?
I did.
And was that Juan Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
From what point at learning about the death of Charles Jones did you begin working with the Tampa Police Department?
The morning they called me on June 23rd.
And what was the nature of that call?
So originally my supervisor reached out to me because he was notified first, and my sergeant provided me with information of contact info for a Tampa Police Department detective. And I reached out to that detective, and they supplied us with information relating to the death of Charles Jones, and they were inquiring about why this may have occurred.
Did you have any knowledge that Charles Jones was going to be in the Tampa area before you received a call about his death?
Yes, we did observe posts on his social media where he was advertising his trip down to Tampa prior to him going in reference to him celebrating his birthday.
How do some of these rappers or even gang members actually tell people about their events or their appearances?
Social media.
And in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see some flyers that were posted to Mr. Charles Jones' account?
I did.
What is the screen name for the account itself? Did he use his legal name or the moniker of Julio Foolio?
He used his rap name, Julio Foolio.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 95B, 1 through 10, and 95C, 1 through 4.
Okay, y'all know.
Instagram account in advance of him coming down to Tampa.
Yes, I routinely would monitor Julio Foolio's Instagram account prior to this.
Even though he was not one of your assigned gang members, you would be monitoring his account?
Yes.
Why is that?
Just, I think it's imperative for detectives assigned to the gang unit to have information and knowledge about gangs, especially a person as prominent as Julio Foolio was. Even though I'm not assigned to 6 Block Gang, it is important to have working knowledge outside of my assigned gang, so I am able to assist in the event that I was called upon, for example, this instance. So.
And in this particular case, after you were notified of the death of Charles Jones, did you have an opportunity to visit his Instagram page as well?
Yes.
And is what was depicted in State's 95B indicative of the recordings or screenshots that were taken from that account after the homicide?
Yes.
Was Mr. Charles Jones' Instagram account public?
It was.
So you were able to access it by just searching the name, essentially?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibits 95B and 95C.
Any objection? Okay, 95B and 95C are admitted.
As it relates to the flyers that went out for Mr. Jones' birthday, I'm showing you 95C. Is this the flyer that you mentioned was posted that notified you at least that there was going to be some kind of club appearance in the Tampa area?
Yes.
Do you recall when this post made it to social media?
I know sometime prior to June 23rd, I believe it was a week or so before.
And did you have an opportunity to see from the flyers at least the location, exact location of where Mr. Jones is expected to appear?
He's advertising the club Teasers.
Was the information that you had regarding 6 Block members being in Tampa only limited to Mr. Jones, or did you receive information that additional members would also be present at that time on June 22nd?
There was an additional post that he had made in reference to his travels down to Tampa, and we did see another person in that post, and it was Robert Howard.
Showing you C2. Is this the post that you're talking about?
Yes, the gentleman on the right with the yellow hoodie, that's Robert Howard. He goes by the nickname Kenny Caps. He's a 6 Block gang member.
And you have this knowledge in advance of the actual trip down to Tampa, is that right?
Yes.
Now, both of the appearances that were annotated in the post that he was giving, did you provide any information that you can recall about rivals or about his arrival to Tampa?
I did not communicate with Tampa prior to this.
In your review of the Julio Foolio Instagram account after the homicide, is this when you first looked to the account what you would see in opening it?
Yes.
And were you...
I want to see it. Hold up. It says ESPN 9 Julio Foolio and ESPN 98 musician, 154 posts and 1 million followers, and he's following 687. Musician top Conover 6 with a little wizard. Independent artist, shows and features, DM. There's his Cash App. Julio's booking ESPN. There's his site, followed by. Okay. All right.
Able to actually look back to view in B2 here, additional posts that were made by Mr. Jones?
Yes, he had quite a few posts.
Was there one post in particular that became relevant to your case or investigation?
Yes.
And can you show us which post that is that's depicted in this?
Starting from the top, at the top in the middle, you have the Teasers flyer that he had posted. If you go one post below that, so directly in the middle, it's a image of his face. That's an Instagram reel he posted.
What's an Instagram reel, if you could describe that for the jury, please?
It's a video posted on his Instagram account. But more specifically, this appears to be a shared Instagram reel that was originally posted on a separate social media application called Triller. And Triller is similar to TikTok. It's just videos.
Never heard
As a part
of
of your
that.
review of this account, were you able to actually click on that reel itself?
Yes.
What information does the reel give you when you actually select it or click on it? Like, what information are you provided? Is there a caption? Is there likes? What do you see when you get to access these?
So when you click on the post, you obviously watch the video, and then just below it there is a caption notated by the user of the account, who is Julio Foolio, and that caption reads, "They thought I checked out that last time. We don't celebrate foot shots," with some emojis.
Are you familiar with the earlier attempt on Charles Jones's life from October of 2023?
Yes.
What was the injury that Mr. Jones suffered as a result of that?
Okay, so here we go. Y'all know me about the facts. Triller is a social video app similar to TikTok, uses AI to help users create music videos by automatically editing clips together. It also states users can film multiple takes, and the app's technology stitches them into a single video set to a chosen background track, which can also be selected from their music library or the app's collection. The app also allows users to add filters, text, and effects to their video, which can then be shared within the Triller community or on their other social media platforms. Okay.
In October of 2023, Charles Jones was shot in the foot during an attempted murder on his life.
As it relates to this particular investigation, did your involvement also include the impounding of a device related to Alicia Andrews?
There was a cell phone device seized from her, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review some of the contents of that device upon its impound and extraction?
I did conduct what I would describe as a preliminary review. of the cell phone device, so I wouldn't suggest it was a full review of the download, but I did look at it.
Does the sheriff's office also have digital forensics analysts that will actually help to go through that data with you or for you?
We do, yes.
And do those individuals provide you tips or information about items of potential evidentiary value that can be found on these devices?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Meat just fell out of the chair, y'all. He was hanging upside down in the chair and sleeping fell out. I was just watching.
Showing you what has been marked for identification as 76B5 through 7. Do you recognize these extractions from that device?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 76B5 through B7.
Any objection? As to which one? It's 5 through 7. Okay, come on up.
With that sidebar.
76B 5 through 7 will be admitted.
Admitted. He's not playing. No nonsense.
In publishing 76B5 was there a screenshot from the post that was referred to on the reel from Charles Jones's Instagram account retrieved from that device?
Yes.
And this is the device that was identified to the defendant, Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review the actual original post from State's 95C?
And Ms. Ismar, sorry for the record, what exhibit did you just show this witness?
This is 76B5.
Thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to review both the images that were retrieved from Mr. Jones's social media account, meaning the reel that was posted to his account, against the screenshot that was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to compare them against each other?
Yes.
In viewing 95C previously admitted and 76B5, were these images accurately retrieved, the items on the left from Mr. Jones's Instagram and the item on the right from Ms. Andrews' phone?
Yes.
Was the content as it relates to Ms. Andrews' device limited to the 2 days that you had, or that device had been active?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain the device setup date for that new device?
I believe it was June 26th.
On June 27th, did you seize that device from Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
Were there additional items of potential evidentiary value retrieved from that device from Ms. Andrews?
Yes, ma'am.
In 76B6, were you able to identify the individuals depicted in this image saved from that same device?
Yes, I do.
And who is the individual depicted to the left?
That is a gentleman named Xavier Harrison. He is a ATK gang member who goes by the nickname Fat Zay.
And who is the individual?
Okay, let me pause that. I'm gonna pull my media asset down so y'all can see the full thing. Okay, y'all ain't gonna hide shit. Ain't gonna hide shit. This is what these people put out, so we just gonna read it all. So whatever this ATK red dot. All right.
If you know, identified to the right.
That is a gentleman named Torgon Williams, and he is also an ATK gang member, and he goes by the nickname ATK Red Dot.
Has ATK Red Dot been referenced or mentioned in some of the social media videos that were drill raps or disses posted by 6 Block?
He has been referenced in music historically, yes.
Lastly, in states 76B7, do you recognize any of the individuals depicted in this image from the extraction?
I do. The gentleman on the left is a guy named Gerard Adams. He goes by the nickname Spaz, and he is associated with the 1200 group gang.
Is Spaz also related to any of the other co-defendants in this particular case?
Spaz he's deceased now. He was murdered, I believe, back in 2018. But he is related to Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy.
Did you have an opportunity to see and interview Davion Murphy?
I did.
And are you familiar with how he looks?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen a photograph from the arrest of Davion Murphy?
I have.
And have you had an opportunity to review the ring camera footage from the Airbnb in Tampa?
Tampa did share videos with us recovered from the Airbnb. I did review them, yes.
I'm showing you states 38A and B as well as 90C. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the individual that you know to be Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 38A and B as well as 90C.
Any objection? Okay, admitted. You said 38A through B and then,
90C.
okay, thank you. It's admitted as well.
Publishing 90C, sir, is this the image that you were referring to when you mentioned the arrest photo?
Yes.
And sometime after Mr. Murphy's arrest, did you have an opportunity?
Dude, do y'all think he said say cheese? Did he say show me all your teeth? Let me see if you've got a grill in there? What is that? He looks happy. Cheese. Yes, I just got what is wrong with these
To
people?
interview him.
I did. I interviewed him shortly after this picture.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes.
We've seen some images from an interrogation room with Mr. Murphy here. Was Mr. Murphy captured making any kind of hand signs during the course of that interview or thereafter?
He does throw up what's recognized as the 1200 hand gang sign.
Are you familiar with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And does Rashad Murphy have any nickname that you are aware of?
He goes by the nickname Ghost.
During the course of your investigation, do you have contact with Detective Ramos and agree to assist by writing several search warrants?
I did assist by drafting quite a few search warrants.
Did your involvement in this case actually begin on the day of the homicide with the assistance that you provided to Tampa?
Yes.
When you saw or received the notification that Mr. Jones had died, did you do any follow-up work in reviewing the social media accounts of members of 1200 or ATK?
Yes.
And after it was relayed to you that Mr. Jones had died, were there members of both groups taking responsibility for this homicide?
They were doing what we commonly see when a prominent gang member is murdered. They were trolling on social media by posting laughing emojis and other related celebratory posts.
So when you are actually notified, is that by Detective DeJesus from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
In starting with your involvement, did you have any information about a possible suspect vehicle?
They did share with us at some point early on that there was potentially a black Chevrolet Impala involved.
And in that initial call, were you able to relay any information about potential leads from incidents that you had investigated or seen on social media in the weeks leading up to the homicide?
Yes.
What information was it that you were able to obtain in your day-to-day duties related to the homicide or leading up to it?
During the conversation I was having in the first day that they were reaching out to us, I did share with that detective that I had screen recorded a conversation that Julio Foolio was having approximately 2 weeks prior with another person named Isaiah Chance on Spaces, which is formerly known as Twitter. It's an open chat room where people can enter and speak to each other.
Is it a video of the person speaking when you're in Spaces, or do you just hear voices?
It's just their voice. So they log into Spaces, which is previously Twitter. They'll log in with their account and join these open chat rooms and just communicate. So you're only hearing their voice as they talk to each other.
Did you actually document that Spaces communication between Isaiah Chance and Charles Jones?
I screen recorded it and preserved it, yes.
And would that have been on June 6th of 2024?
Yes, it would have.
Without telling me the contents of it, were you ultimately made aware of a communication between Sean Gathright and Rashad Murphy on the same date regarding the Spaces conversation?
I was made aware of that, yes.
In the hours after Charles Jones's death, did you see posts made to social media by Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the handle associated to Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, it's Gutazay with a bunch of G's.
And do you know the social media handle for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, it was Ghost187.
Have you, in your review of Isaiah Chance's Instagram account previously or since this homicide, documented any interaction on social media between Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy?
Can you ask that again?
Yes. Was there a social media post to Isaiah Chance's Instagram account tagging Rashad Murphy?
Yes, there was.
And would it have been tagging his handle?
Yes, his username.
Ain't no different.
During an earlier interview that you had with Mr. Murphy, did you make any kind of observations that were unique that you actually relayed to Detective Ramos as it relates to this investigation?
Yes, when he was signing his constitutional rights form, which is just a form we go over with people prior to interviewing them on a criminal investigation, there's a portion of this form where they have to sign confirming they acknowledge all of their constitutional rights that have been advised to them. And I observed he was signing the form with his right hand, and it was I couldn't read it. I asked him if he was okay, and then it occurred to me later in the interview that he was doing that on purpose because one of the shooters in this investigation is left-handed, and I was able to obtain a separate interview where Rashad Murphy was read his rights and he signed that form with his left hand. So it was apparent when he was signing the form in front of me, he was signing it with his right hand. I couldn't read anything he was writing.
So in the earlier interview of...
Okay, that's shady, but quite clever. Quite shady, but clever. Just,
Rashad Murphy, would that have been before the death of Charles Jones in an unrelated investigation?
Yes.
What,
Overruled, go ahead.
were you able to observe the hand that Mr. Murphy signed his documents with?
He signed
Overruled, go ahead.
it with his left hand on that occasion.
Then, during the course of your investigation or assistance to the Tampa Police Department investigation for the homicide of Charles Jones, was Rashad Murphy interviewed?
Yes.
And did he utilize a different hand in signing those forms?
He was attempting to sign it with his right hand.
On June 26, just a few days after the homicide, did you learn of any particular developments out of Gwinnett County, Georgia, that were relevant to the investigation?
Detective Ramos did share with us that Rashad Murphy had been taken into custody in a county in Georgia.
Was Rashad Murphy taken into custody by himself?
No.
Was he accompanied by another individual?
He was with a lady named Charmaine Steiger.
Do you know Charmaine Steiger to be the mother of Mr. Murphy's children?
She is.
that was a new name.
As a part of that arrest, was Ms. Steiger and Mr. Murphy's cell phone seized?
It was.
And as you're assisting Tampa Police Department, if items of evidentiary value are seized in conjunction with the Tampa investigation, do you take those items into evidence and then ultimately provide them to the detectives in Tampa?
Yes.
On the same date of June 26th, did you learn of a development as it related to the Chevy Impala that Detective Jesus had mentioned was a potential suspect vehicle?
Yes, there was further communication that black Chevrolet Impala had been dropped off in a separate county in Florida and by Sean Gathright, and he switched it for a gold Toyota 4Runner.
So the black Chevy Impala, may I confirm that was located in Polk County?
That sounds right.
Was Sean Gathright ultimately stopped in a vehicle stop in Duval County in that 4Runner?
Overruled, go ahead.
He was.
And was that also on June 26th?
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to a search of that vehicle, were you notified of the findings or the items that were located within the gold 4Runner that Sean Gathright was stopped in?
I was notified.
Within that vehicle, was there a cellular device that was taken into evidence?
Yes.
Was there also a new phone in a box?
Yes, there was.
Was there ballistics evidence that was impounded?
Yes.
And did that include spent shell casings from the interior of that vehicle?
Yes, there were spent shell casings in a box inside of the vehicle he was driving.
Did you relay the findings to Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware of whether each and every one of those exhibits or items were impounded at that time?
They were.
By June 27th, the Thursday after the homicide, did you develop sufficient probable cause with other members of JSO to execute a search warrant on the residence of Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of potential or any potential items that you were specifically searching for based on a lack of evidence at the arrest?
This guy looks so, I don't know if it's because I'm on fast speed or what. Let me slow it down and rewind this. This guy just looked like, get me the hell out of here. Hold up. Let me put it on regular speed. I don't know if it's because I'm sped up, but that eye roll and that head shake was just horrible. All right.
Was there any evidence of potential or any potential items that you were specifically searching for based on a lack of evidence at the original homicide scene?
So Tampa did share with us through the video surveillance at the incident scene, as well as their information regarding the crime scene, that there appeared to be a lack of shell casings from where the shooters were shooting. In their opinion, based off that fact and the video evidence, they believe that the shooters were equipped with brass catchers on their rifles.
Were you notified at the execution of those search warrants that brass catchers had been discovered inside of the safe in Sean Gathride's residence?
Yes.
Were you also notified that several items of spent and live ammunition were located?
Yes.
What about firearms specifically? Were there firearms located inside that residence?
There were multiple firearms.
As it relates to the 2 rifles that were obtained or seized, did you transfer custody of those rifles to the Tampa Police Department?
A detective within the Crime Gun Intelligence Center did, but that was done.
Upon the execution of these search warrants, was it organized that the warrants would be executed simultaneous with each other
That was the goal.
to have them executed at the same time?
Yes.
Is that a tactic that is typically enacted? Overall, go ahead.
That was a plan decided by our commanding officer, our lieutenant. He wanted both search warrants executed at the same time.
Are you familiar with the circumstances of the warrant execution at the Isaiah Chance residence?
Yes,
Was the goal of having both warrants executed simultaneously actually accomplished?
it was.
Was there any delay at the Chance residence before the warrant could be executed? Overall. Overall, go ahead.
There was a significant delay for the occupants of Isaiah Chance's house to come out.
Who were the occupants of Isaiah Chance's residence? Overall, go ahead.
Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews.
Upon the execution of the search warrant, once they actually exited the residence, upon the execution of the search warrant, is this the day in which the device from Ms. Andrews, from which we've seen the extraction reports, came?
Yes.
In addition to the search warrants for the physical electronic devices that you helped or obtained, did you also obtain a search warrant for iCloud?
There were additional iCloud warrants completed.
Would that have been for Mr. Chance, Davion Murphy, and Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
After obtaining those warrants for iCloud, do you send those out, or is that an immediate return? How do you get that information?
The search warrant is drafted, signed by a judge, and then ultimately sent to Apple, requesting the digital data associated with that account. And then at some point following that, it's typically 2 to 3 weeks, Apple will provide a digital return, which we can download the files and review the accounts that way.
The actual Axiom iCloud returns, would that be something that was reviewed, extractions, reviewed, reports created by the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
While you were waiting for the return of those search warrants, did you have an opportunity to utilize something called cell phone mapping?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's taking the digital data provided by cell phone carriers that is related to the location data for your cell phone device, and we are able to map it and observe approximate locations of a cell phone device at the desired search time.
Were you involved in reviewing the data for the cell site from Rashad Murphy's device?
I did.
What, if any, information did you learn from that data?
We observed that Rashad Murphy traveled to a Walmart on the Jacksonville's south side area and was there for a short period of time and then left. So we knew the date and time that he went there. It was the day before, it was June 21st of 2024. And so we traveled to Walmart, made contact with one of their associates and requested to view their video surveillance.
You also have an opportunity to save the video from the Walmart visit.
I did.
Show you with the market states 99 and 100.
We're gonna see Walmart?
Okay.
The item contained on the disc of the Walmart recording, are you the person who made the recording from the Walmart?
Yes.
And is the item in 100 a fair and accurate representation of a screen grab from that recording?
Yes.
At this time, seeks to admit states 99 and 100, Your Honor.
Any objection? Admitted?
You were able to get a recording from the video surveillance from Walmart, right?
Yes.
And from that were still shots created of Rashad Murphy inside and states 100.
Yes.
Did you provide this information from the June 21st, roughly 11 p.m. visit to Walmart to Detective Juan Ramos?
I provided him the video, yes.
Had you had an opportunity at this point when you received this cell site data to review the videos from the Julio Foolio murder?
I had observed the video of the murder prior to obtaining this, yes.
And was there a reason that you provided these particular images to the detective?
Yes.
What was that?
The clothes that Rashad Murphy is wearing in his trip to Walmart appears to be the same clothes that he's wearing when he kills Julio.
Were you also able to see the device that Rashad Murphy was using in his Walmart trip?
Yes, he's using the cell phone device that's ultimately seized in Georgia.
For the surveillance footage that you saw from Walmart, was Mr. Murphy by himself?
He was walking around the store by himself.
Did you also obtain the receipt from the transaction that Mr. Murphy had at this time?
Yes.
We have receipts.
All of this information ultimately being provided to Detective Ramos.
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, was it confirmed by you that arrest warrants had been obtained for all 5 of the defendants by July 27th of 2024?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
He seemed like he was unsure about getting up and crossing.
Detective Drabeck, you are the lead in JSO for this case, is that correct?
I would say I helped the most, helping Tampa facilitate this case, yes.
You spoke to Detective Ramos from Tampa Police Department the most, is that correct?
I'm not quite sure how much he spoke to the other detectives within our unit. I know it was significant. I know my communication with Ramos was quite a bit. I don't know how that pales in comparison to the others.
All right, well, you gave Detective Ramos most of the information from JSO, right?
For the most part, yeah.
All right. And you are in charge of what gangs in Jacksonville?
21st Street and Rat Chasing Family.
All right. Are any of those 2 gangs associated with in any way ATK or 1200 or 6 Block?
No.
They're like completely separate.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did 6 Block have any other rival gangs outside of ATK and 1200?
I would say that those 2 were the most noteworthy.
Most noteworthy, but were there other rival gangs to 6 Block?
This seems like a difficult question for him to answer. I'm sure there were rival gangs. I don't
Not that I can think of.
All right.
really.
I want to move to a different topic. You said that there were celebratory posts from people in ATK, maybe even 1200 after Foolio died. Is that correct?
There was a tremendous amount of posts
Okay, Mom.
following his death.
A lot of people made posts celebrating the fact that Charles Jones was dead.
Yes.
A lot of people wanted him dead, apparently.
Yes.
All those people were not guilty of killing him, though. Is that correct?
No.
Alicia Andrews did not make any celebratory posts about Charles Jones's death. Is that correct?
Correct. Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Not that anyone is aware of, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's an exhibit that we're just looking at. It states 76 B 5 through 7. I'm going to show you these one by one, starting with 5. This is a document. It says, you see at the top it says Cellbrite? Oh, hold on. You see at the top it says Cellbrite?
I see that, yes.
All right, and Cellbrite is a cell phone reader software. Is that correct?
Yeah, Cellbrite's an application investigators use to review cell phone extractions.
All right. And so this Cellbrite report here is an extraction of, or at least a portion of an extraction of Alicia's phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And this little photo here, that's photo Julio, Charles Jones?
Yeah, so that's a thumbnail of what the data to the left is referencing.
And this thumbnail,
I can't see. Thank you.
that thumbnail was created on June 26th.
I can't say yes or no to that.
Is that what the extraction says? It was created on June 26th?
That's what the extraction
But you're not
notates.
sure if that's how, if that's the way to correctly read that or interpret that extraction?
Sure. The best way to describe this is that this is, from what we know, because the device was activated on June 26th, it appeared that the user of this cell phone device was backing up their prior iCloud. So if you were to buy a new phone, you would transfer your data through your iCloud download. So it's transferring your contacts, a lot of your old media files. So I can't say for certain when this post or this image was captured originally, but due to the transfer of data on June 26th, that's why it's timestamped that way. So I can't say when it was captured.
All right. So essentially, someone who had this device downloaded, I guess, their iCloud onto the device.
Yes.
And then potentially this thumbnail that you see of Julio Foolio came from that download. Potentially.
Yes.
Can someone inform this defense attorney that dumb criminals do dumb things like like get new cell phones and upload all their stuff to the new cell phone? Didn't we just have a trial incident with something like this? Hello.
So we don't know when this picture of Julio Foolio was actually viewed and downloaded to the device or to the iCloud.
That's fair.
And this is the thumbnail, but a bigger picture of it.
Yeah.
Do you know if Alicia Andrews, so let me tell you, you don't know if Alicia Andrews accessed this photograph?
I can say that the device she possessed, the iCloud that
Good
is
observation.
downloaded onto that device, and where this image came from was from her iCloud, but specifically, did she personally view it? I can't say that.
You're aware that her boyfriend used to use her phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Another extraction, another thumbnail, you see that? This is 76B6.
Yep.
Same sort of thing, June the 26th is the creation date, you see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is the picture of, you said red dot, right?
The gentleman to the right in that image
But
is,
I'll show you.
again, hold up. Just because we can, let's back up just a few seconds and you'll see the number on this that they come up with when the phone was 6:26 at 10:27 a.m. is when it was created. 11:31. Okay.
The thumbnail, but a bigger, do you know
Having the
the iCloud, but specifically,
boyfriend used another extraction, another thumbnail, you see that? This is 76B6.
yep.
Same sort of thing, June the 26th is the creation date, you see that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And
This
what's
is the
the
picture of, you
time
said
on
red
that?
dot, right?
Look at that. It
The
is
gentleman to the right in that
right
image
in.
is foregone, ATK red dot.
Why did he zip right by that? What, excuse me, sir. We were looking at that. Why'd you zip by that? It was the same exact time. He told you she got a phone, she uploaded it. Dude, pay attention.
Okay. And the fact that this photograph is in Alicia's phone, what relevance does that have to this case?
Well, Fat Zay to the left, he was in music videos with one of the defendants.
He was in the music video with one of the defendants?
Yeah, Isaiah Chance.
Oh, was he in a music video with Alicia Andrews?
No, you were just asking the significance. And then also ATK red dot, he just plays a role in a lot of the historical Jacksonville gang war.
All right. Do you have any communication between Red Dot and Alicia Andrews?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know if she even knows him?
I don't know that.
Do you know if she knows the bigger individual in the photograph, Alicia Andrews?
I don't know that.
Another self-right extraction report.
Oh, and let's see the time on this one, guys. For some reason, I bet it's around 10:54.
All right, June 27th. You see that date?
Oh, no, it
I do.
was at 10:09.
And the thumbnail there, you see it?
Yes.
That thumbnail is of an individual named Spaz.
To the left, yes.
Spaz is on the left. Who's on the right, you know?
I believe that's Corbin.
Corbin,
I believe so, yeah.
another individual who died.
They knew it's just there.
Yeah.
That's the one that was, that Charles Jones was rapping about being kidnapped and found in a field of his bones.
Yeah, it's the circumstances around his death, yeah.
And do you know if Alicia Andrews knew either of those two individuals?
I don't know that now.
But that's what was pulled from her phone, those three thumbnails, correct?
Yeah.
Spaz has been brought up a lot during this trial.
You also mentioned that you got the iCloud return for Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what I mean when I say iCloud return, or when you received the iCloud return, that's everything that was in Alicia Andrews' iCloud, you got a copy of it.
It was provided, yes.
All right, like over 100 gigabytes worth of data?
I don't recall how large the data was.
All right, but it was a large file?
I don't recall.
You remember it took a long time to download?
I don't remember.
All right. And you don't recall finding anything noteworthy in that iCloud?
No, those data files were provided to the Tampa Police Department for review.
All right, so you didn't look at them at all?
No.
Wasn't his job.
You searched, or at least you were involved in the search of a few different homes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually search, or were you present during the search warrant of Sean Gathwright's home?
I was present when we made contact with his mother. I read the search warrant to her, but I was not present during the actual search of his home.
Where was his mother when you read the search warrant to her?
Outside of the house.
And you read the search warrant to her before the search?
So
Okay, I was thinking either that or a little anxiety from sitting there for so long. I mean, he's been there a while and he seems a little impatient to get out of there. The way he keeps rolling his eyes, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. But he might have restless legs. I have restless legs, but I'm not sitting here bouncing.
it was previously discussed, we were facilitating 2 search warrants at the same time, one at Isaiah Chance's house and also one at Sean Gathrigh's house. Once both scenes were secured, I went to Sean Gathrigh's house, made contact with his mother because I had previously met her before, so I had a rapport with her. I read the search warrant to her, which is a common practice we do before we enter someone's home. And then upon reading her the search warrant, I, for lack of better terms, passed off that search warrant to other detectives. And then I traveled back to Isaiah Chance's home to help facilitate the search of his house.
Okay, so you searched Isaiah Chance's home, but not Sean Gathrigh's home?
Yes.
All right. Who actually searched, which detective searched Sean Gathrigh's home?
The affiant, Detective Parker.
So he'd be the one to ask about where the items inside the home were found?
Or the crime scene detectives.
All right. Do you know if the firearms in Sean Gathrigh's house, the ones that were in the rifle, that were in the safe, do you know if those were found in his mother's room?
I was informed that the safe was his mother's room.
So the rifle...
Okay. More questions. And I wish I had somebody answer me. You have a rapport with this man's mother? How? And now the safe is in mommy's room? What?
Rifles and the shotgun, those are in his mother's room.
Correct. In the safe.
His mother is former military.
She is.
What?
She also had access to a bunch of ammunition, is that correct?
I did learn that there was an abundance of ammunition inside of their home.
All right, so the arsenal of weapons and ammunition that were found in Sean Gathrigh's home, were you ever able to determine what actually belonged to Sean Gathright from what belongs to his mother?
No.
But surely, out of all the pictures, you've seen the pictures from the search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
So out of all the pictures, you're not able to say what actually belonged to Sean Gathright
No.
and what belonged to his mother?
Correct.
And Alicia Andrews' home, that was never searched, correct?
Correct.
All right. Why not?
Well, law enforcement is held to a standard of having probable cause in order to search a home. Absent having probable cause to apply for a search warrant that would then be signed by a judge, you would simply ask for consent to search a home. I do not believe that probable cause ever existed to search the residence of Alicia Andrews.
So there was never even probable cause to search Alicia Andrews' home?
As far as I'm aware, no.
All right, not even till this day?
Correct.
She has to be Vibe. I don't understand as a parent. I personally do not understand as a parent. I have an adult daughter. She's 30-something years old. I'm not going to say her age because I can never remember it properly. It's a problem. But it doesn't come. I think I go back to Cindy's comment. I don't have the mindset mentality to understand it. I'm trying, but it's not computing.
You mentioned on Direct in October 2023 shooting of Charles Jones, correct?
Yes.
An attempt at his life?
Correct.
And that crime has gone unsolved?
Yes, there's been no arrest on that case.
All right. And there's also no probable cause to arrest anyone for that case at this point?
Correct.
2 years later?
Yep.
Certainly, Alicia Andrews is not a suspect in that shooting, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any indication that she even knows about that shooting?
I don't.
Do you know of a woman named Aaliyah Albritton?
Yes.
One second.
Has she met the other members, the other friends?
showing what's in evidence is State's Exhibit 84C. Now, you're not the gang detective for ATK, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. But do you know who Youngin Ace is?
Yes.
All right. That would be this individual here,
Yes.
the so-called leader of ATK.
I don't know if he's the leader, but he's certainly the more well-known
prominent
prominent. Yeah.
Okay, so, all right. So, you're aware of his brother, this Trayvon Bullard?
Yes, sir.
Nickname is Quan.
Yep, 2 times.
All right. And Trayvon Bullard and Quan 2 times. He dated at one point Aaliyah Albritton, correct?
I was made aware of that, yes.
All right. And Trayvon was killed. Do you know who killed him?
There's been rumors, but no one's been arrested.
You know, Vibe, that's exactly what I thought when I start hearing about she has the gun safe in her room and they're all together and
All right. No one's been arrested, but 6 Block takes credit for the killing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And Charles Jones himself rapped about Trayvon's killing
Yes.
and has made disrespectful music towards the death of Trayvon. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you speak, by any chance, did you speak to Aaliyah in this case?
No, sir.
All right. When you were investigating, you were aware that Aaliyah was with Charles Jones when he was shot and killed?
Yeah.
All right. And that was despite the fact that Aaliyah dated someone that Charles Jones rapped about killing.
Okay.
You're aware of that?
Yeah.
All right. Did you investigate Aaliyah for any potential motive for killing Charles Jones in this case?
That is a fair question. You're using the term investigating. This homicide occurred in Hillsborough County, right? So the duties of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit specifically was to assist Tampa Police Department in their investigation. At no point, were we referencing Aaliyah Albritton for an interview. So no, she was not talked to on our behalf.
So fair question, fair answer. You are in Jacksonville. This murder happened in Tampa, right?
Yes.
So you're not responsible for any investigation really in Tampa, is what you're saying?
The legal jurisdiction of a homicide occurring in Hillsborough County has no implications for law enforcement in Duval County.
But just in the simple terms, you're not responsible for the investigation in Tampa.
No.
That's Detective Ramos.
Correct.
Another individual, he's the lead.
Right, and he's employed in Hillsborough County.
Understood. All right, so Alicia has an iCloud and
Miss
a phone. Two
Andrews.
different things.
Miss Andrews.
Sorry, Miss Andrews has an iCloud and a phone. 2 different devices that would provide 2 different extractions. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you also, in addition to the iCloud, you reviewed Alicia Andrews' phone, correct?
Portions of it.
Portions. All right, in the portions that you reviewed, there's no agreement in the phone that shows Alicia Andrews agreed to kill Charles Jones?
No.
No message showing that she's involved in some conspiracy to kill Charles Jones?
No.
No indication that Alicia Andrews knew Davion or Rashad Murphy prior to the killing of Charles Jones?
Not from her device.
And nothing in her device that would show or indicate that she had any sort of relationship with Sean Gathright prior to the murder of Charles Jones, correct?
Correct.
You listened to several jail calls in this case, right?
I spent a large amount of my time on jail calls.
How many jail calls do you think you listened to?
Over the course of my career?
No, just in this case.
I would estimate 50 to 100.
And you began listening to those jail calls in the early stages of the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
To try to figure out maybe if there's someone in jail talking about who killed Charles Jones.
Yes.
You did get some information pertinent to this case through listening to the jail calls, correct?
Yes.
All right. That information led you to Isaiah Chance.
It was just another piece of evidence. I don't know if that led me to him, but...
Well, there was some evidence from the jail calls that you uncovered that made you believe that Isaiah Chance might be a suspect, correct?
Yes.
All right. But never anything in the jail calls that led you to believe that Alicia Andrews was a suspect, right?
Correct.
No mention of Alicia Andrews in any of the calls?
None.
You've watched several music videos with all this gang activity back and forth?
Yes, sir.
Alicia Andrews is not in any of those videos, correct?
Correct.
She's not seen holding any weapons in any of these videos?
Right.
She's not seen throwing up any gang signs in any of these videos?
I already said she's not in the videos.
All right. She doesn't have any photographs online, throwing up any gang signs, correct?
Correct.
Alicia Andrews is not a documented gang member, is that correct?
Right.
She's also not even a gang associate, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor. You were asked about some jail calls that you reviewed in Duval County. Were those jail calls that occurred immediately after the death of Charles Jones?
Yes.
And were those jail calls between gang members or their family members identifying Gutazay or Isaiah Chance as the person who committed the murder?
Yes.
Were any of those jail calls with Isaiah Chance or Gutazay talking about committing the murder?
Like how he committed it?
No, specifically to Isaiah Chance. Made to Isaiah Chance, or were they made between other gang members?
Other parties?
Specifically as it relates to the search warrant executed on Sean Gathrigh's residence, you were asked about the safe in the mother's room.
Okay.
Did you also intercept a jail call as it relates to the safe that was located in the house?
Say that again?
Did you locate a call that was made by Sean Gathright to his mother about a safe located in the house?
It was Isaiah Chance.
To Sean Gathrigh's mother?
There was a jail call following a search warrant between Isaiah Chance and his mother.
And what was the nature of the call? What were they talking about?
He was inquiring if the law enforcement had found something, and she told them on the phone that we had not. So we went back out there to search again.
And pursuant to the details of that call, was the item that was described located in that location still?
No.
You were asked about the contents of Ms. Andrews' physical device. That is the download for which you had access and could review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it also correct that that device was active for less than 24 hours?
Yes.
So from the time that that device was turned on for the first time and the time that it was seized by law enforcement was less than 24-hour period?
Yes.
And that would have been between June 26th and June 27th?
Correct.
Now, you are not able to date, based on the impound of the items that were collected and the upload of the iCloud, you are not able to date most of those photos because they would just reflect the date that the iCloud was downloaded to that device, correct?
That's correct.
Are you at least able to date the image that depicted the reel from Mr. Jones's Instagram account based on the records from Instagram and publishing states 95C3?
So we do know that that post was made to his account in February of 2024.
So at some time between February of 2024 and when that phone was impounded in June of 2024, that item was preserved or saved to the device?
Yes.
You were asked about probable cause to search the residences associated to this case. Was there sufficient evidence by way of cell site data that put the devices at both Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance's residence, as well as video footage that put all of the suspects or some of the suspects at those locations?
Yes.
Did that assist in allowing you to get probable cause for those locations?
Yes.
Was there direct evidence that the defendants in this case had been to Ms. Andrews' residence for you to apply for a search warrant of that residence?
No.
And when you specifically indicate that you had been to SeanGathright's residence, have you had an opportunity to review the surveillance footage which is depicted in State's Exhibit number 98 from the security footage at SeanGathright's residence?
I've seen those videos, yes.
Are you familiar with the security cameras that are affixed to the outside of his residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with that Victoria Lakes address at his home?
Yes.
Is that residence located within Duval County?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. As a part of your review of the video surveillance from Sean Gathright's residence, are you able to say that it fairly and accurately represents the exterior of that home?
Yes.
And lastly, from your involvement in this case with the execution of the search warrants, as well as the work of the crime scene detectives and other officers from JSO, have your contacts with Mrs. Andrews always been at Mr. Chance's residence as it related to this case? So for the execution of the search warrant, the impounding of the devices, etc.
Yeah.
Did any of those contacts happen at Mrs. Andrews' residence, which would allow for a potential for probable cause to search there?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, this witness be excused, subject potentially to recall, I don't know.
Okay, that's the end of day 4. I'm going to transition it over to day 5, and I need to take Mr. Barkey out because Meat is having a fit. So I might miss the very, very beginning, but we are, they're going to come in and they're going to be, they're going to have a little discussion. So this like 4 minutes of discussion should give me enough time to take Meat out. So I will be right back, but I have it turned up so I can hear.
Honestly, just highlight a couple things about the fact that this is just character evidence. Specifically, there's conversations where Ms. Andrews is saying, I won't do this to you. I wouldn't do that to you. And that's kind of where this goes back and forth. Any conversation that is, I believe maybe what the state is suggesting is related to gangs is not on behalf of Ms. Andrews. It's on behalf of someone else who again is not charged in this case. And outside of being alleged to have been a gang member, is not connected to this case at all, specifically these charges. So we object again based on that information. But if the court is going to allow it in, we believe for context purposes, everything should come in. Everything about the romance and I just want to be a good person and I don't want to be involved in this, all that information should come in before the jury as well, even though we believe it's not relevant.
Okay.
Proper character evidence.
So, sounds like they want the whole thing to come in.
You don't want to.
No, I know, absent your objections, but if you're forced to choose between a redacted version or a complete version, you would opt for a complete, correct?
Correct. We don't believe that they should be allowed to cherry pick information.
Well, they were cherry picking, they were doing what I asked them to do.
Well, I mean, as far as the redaction,
Right.
they should be allowed to place only into evidence the information that appears to be negative towards Ms. Andrews.
Sure, okay, so then I'll overrule the objection, the whole thing can come in.
Your Honor, I just need a few seconds to run outside and let the witness know about that.
Sure.
But if we can please, if there's any objection to the other items, address that first.
Okay, what other item?
So there is 75C12.
Okay,
I don't know if you want to write it down.
Through
or you just want-
16.
Through 16.
That are being added, Your Honor.
wait, 75, C, 12, and 13.
Through 16.
12 through 16, okay, what are these?
Which I'm not seeing from the finish first.
Well, state, just tell me what they are, and then I'll hear what the objection is.
Additional instructions from Ms. Andrews' devices.
Okay. Can I look at them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are the objections? Let's, okay, let's start with C12. And let the jury know, we just had something come up and I'll be with them shortly.
Your Honor, may I stand up and bench secretary while you're first?
Sure. Okay, C12 is, looks like photographs, thumbnail.
Correct.
So those are screenshots, I believe, or maybe photos of Ms. Andrews and two individuals that I don't even believe the state will be able to establish who they are. I don't know how they're going to establish that. I would let them, talk about why they want to get them in. But from our perspective, again, they have absolutely nothing to do with this case. And you're going to see a pattern between 13 or 12 to 16 that this is, again, an attempt to introduce improper character evidence by the state to, I don't know, I guess the argument is that alleged that she has knowledge, and I just don't know how far this is going to go, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know, I'm guessing, I'll let the state answer, but it's something to do with the alleged gang sign? Is that what this is
That is
relevant
correct,
to?
Your Honor, and the date at which that photo was taken or was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device as having been captured on that device predates when she gave her statement of when she knew this co-defendant, Mr. Chance, and several questions were asked on cross-examination yesterday regarding whether they knew whether Ms. Andrews had the phone when the photos or screenshots were taken that were introduced versus her co-defendant. These would have been before the co-defendant's involvement.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization of what we were asking. There were specific photos that the state was referencing, and the question was whether or not that witness could testify as to whether Ms. Andrews had the phone at the time those screenshots were taken. So it's not about every phone that was backed up, every picture that was backed up on an iCloud device. That's not what the question was about. There were, I believe, 3 specific photos that we asked the question about whether or not that witness could say Ms. Andrews took these screenshots or she was the person who did it.
Well, Detective Grayback, he was questioned about, is the phone, I guess her phone, I don't know, I heard this, that it disappeared, was no longer available, something along those lines.
That device has not ever been recovered.
Never been recovered. So then she gets a new phone on, I think it was June the 26th, correct? And then the download happens on the 26th, correct?
Correct, from iCloud.
From iCloud.
Which is
To
the device that disappeared, Your Honor. This would have been information that would, the iCloud was taken.
Right.
So, yeah.
Detective Grayback was questioned about his knowledge and if he knew who downloaded those photos originally and when they would have been downloaded. And there were specific questions on cross-examination noting the date of June the 26th, and definitely the implication was, and I think actually Mr. McLymut asked the detective if he knew if there was any evidence that Ms. Andrews at times lent her phone to Mr. Chance. That was asked.
Which has been testified to by the state's witnesses. That's a known fact.
Okay.
Nobody's disputing that. It was the state who implied that because she had only had the phone for a day or so, that somehow that meant information was missing, even though they have the entire iCloud with 370,000 different artifacts. So I guess the implication was that there was some information missing. The point is, the information is from the iCloud, it's not the device. I can throw my phone in the river and download my entire iCloud and do the exact same things on my new iPhone that I have on my old iPhone. But the bigger issue is the questions that were asked specifically about the photos that were attempted to be entered into evidence yesterday. They were not about every photo that exists in her iCloud. But I think the even bigger issue is, Your Honor, where does this end? At what point are they not allowed to just keep introducing irrelevant information about, the 50 different gang members that she lives, within a 5-mile radius of that she's come across. They can't even tell us who this person is. They won't even be able to establish who that person is. Whether or not she slapped them in the face and said, "Why did you throw that sign up?" They can't, none of that matters though. This is not relevant to the allegations in this case. This is becoming a please find her guilty because she knows gang members case. That 70% of what we discussed about Ms. Andrews is about who she knows and not how she's connected to this murder. And at some point it has to stop on her.
Okay, let me take a look at the other ones real quick. So that is C12, C13. It looks like these are photographs again.
It's actually a video, but there's only one still from the video. If Your Honor can see the last page is the still from the video.
Right, okay. And what's the significance of that?
The individual depicted in this image is the individual that Ms. Andrews is messaging with for the messages that we've just looked at that the state was providing potential redactions to. He is a member of the opposing group, and those messages are pretty clear as to what it relates to their conversation. This is them in a relationship prior to her involvement with ATK and 1200 members.
This is a picture.
Is this the K Shorty or is this someone? This is K Shorty. Okay.
And if I recall, Your Honor, I believe the point of that this entire text thread was not to show that they were in a relationship. It's to show that she had knowledge that he had some sort of gang involvement. And if that's the case, why does this photo matter? Other than to show the jury that she's posing up with gang members. That is the entire point of all of these exhibits, Your Honor. And
Well, but then she's taking photos and saving them to her phone of herself with gang members making gang signs.
my response to that is so what? Why does that matter to you guys?
Well, to me, it seems like it goes to the weight the jury is supposed to give as opposed to admissibility.
This is the weight of what, Your Honor?
Okay, first of all, you guys stood up and opened a statement, okay? And you told this jury, and there is no evidence she's a gang member, or that she's associated with a gang member.
It's not just, it's further than that, Your Honor.
I'm not done. So you could
I love this judge. I'm not done. In other words, shut your damn mouth. Let me talk. I'm the judge. Ma'am, you don't interrupt a judge.
evidence she's a gang member, or that she's associated with a gang member.
It's not just, it's further than that, Your Honor.
I'm not done. So you get up an opening statement and you say, this was just a romantic getaway. She thought she was going with her boyfriend somewhere. She didn't know any of these individuals involved. She had no idea that this was going to be a gang-related anything. That's what you told this jury, an opening statement.
Yeah, specifically that she didn't know the individuals involved in this murder.
Okay.
And they haven't shown you any evidence of that.
Yeah,
They're
but-
going on a rampage about 50 people that are not involved in this case. We did not say that she didn't know any gang members. What we said was that she did not know Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy. We haven't heard anything about that. We heard Sean Gathrine's grandma testify. I've never seen her before. There's no evidence even that they even have a relationship outside of her knowing who she was. But again, Your Honor, what does that have to do with this murder? I'm sorry, counsel is like talking sideways in my ear. It's very distracting.
Okay? All right, let's look at the next one.
What the? Counsel is talking sideways in my ear? What is?
It's like talking sideways in my ear. It's very distracting.
Okay? All right, let's look at the next one, which is C14. And what is this?
This is a screenshot of J. Breezy's music video that was also saved to the device in 2019. There were some indications regarding the earlier, screen shares or whatever, or screenshots that were taken in the case that the gang detectives talked about. But most importantly, J. Breezy is linked to this case as having provided payment to Ms. Andrews' boyfriend. Ms. Andrews had obviously testified in her interview, and we expected to come out in testimony that she was not with that boyfriend at this time, putting her having knowledge of this individual at the time of at least this screenshot, which would have been back in 2019. He's the one who provided payment to Mr. Chance for the Airbnb before Mr. Chance provides payment for the Airbnb to this guy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, so this is a screenshot of, I didn't see which one it was. This is a screenshot of a music video?
Yes. So I'm going to sustain the objection as to C14. Okay? All right, let's move on to the next one, C15.
15 and 16 are both screenshots from what was discussed by the detectives yesterday relating to the self.
Okay, we're gonna zoom through that. We're gonna get to the bring him in, and let's see what they actually have to say. I took Meat out. He's better. He's calmed down a little bit. Yeah, and as a judge, I curious, the ramifications that could exist trying a case like this could be very scary. I mean, she's put in a position now where all these gang members know their information is out there. And how offended I mean, I don't know gang mentality. So now I would be concerned of my own safety sitting up there doing this. I'm just saying, I very interesting.
Evidence that they had seen or observed with. I don't know if you left it in there. Oh, no, that's the clerk's, not mine. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in our jury.
Yes, sir.
Well, smiles today. She's gonna get
All right.
Very good. Welcome back, and state clerk is witness.
The statement called Detective Benjamin Bors.
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your full name for the jury?
It's Detective Benjamin Bors.
Where are you? Oh, I apologize.
Last name spelled B-O-R-S.
Where are you currently employed?
The City of Tampa Police Department
And how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police Department?
since 2010.
What is the current assignment that you serve in or at TPD?
I am currently assigned to the Cybercrimes Unit
And how long have you been in the cybercrimes unit?
since 2016.
In that time, tell me what some of your day-to-day duties are.
So when I originally started in the Cybercrimes Unit, it was more focused on internet crimes against children, which is a task force, and then that evolved into digital forensics to help assist those cases, and eventually the Cybercrimes Unit now includes digital forensics and internet crimes against children. So my responsibility is probably 50-50 on both now.
What training and experience do you have in the area of actually analyzing these types of evidence?
So I've taken multiple classes with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crimes, and then individually for like specific tools. Main one being Celebrite, where I've completed the physical operator and analysis, certified forensic repair technician, and then with Axiom, I've done multiple classes for computers and then cloud extractions, and then also received certifications with IASIS, which is more specific on Windows computers, and then actual the forensics of going through the deep artifacts of the devices.
Okay, so I'm going to break down a couple of those things. You mentioned something called Axiom and something called Celebrite. What are those?
Those are what I refer to as analytic tools, which you can, one part of their tool gets the extraction from the devices, and then they also sell another tool that actually parses out the extractions into something you can view.
How is it that you're able to use those programs to analyze, for example, a return instead of a physical device?
So again, it's a tool. So if we get a return from, like in this case, an Apple, you ask for the Apple Cloud backup through a search warrant or consent, and then they'll give you back typically what's a zip file or multiple zip files, where if someone's Apple iPhone, they've decided to back up different things such as like contacts, messages, pictures, all different categories. When they back that up, it goes to Apple, and then Apple gives that to us on whichever legal authority we choose. And then typically those companies give it back in the same format every time. So then these third-party companies, Axiom or Celebrite, know what that format is.
Okay, y'all.
And then they write the software and the
Format that you're able to see the information.
back of individual things.
Would the first return that you received for analysis from Apple iCloud be alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com, or one of them?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
And did you also receive a return for rockoutsean with 2 N's at iCloud.com?
Yes.
You typically, do you select which software you're going to use if you receive these types of returns?
I have a software that I typically use. Again, these softwares, they're being written constantly with the update. So it kind of goes on whatever at that moment is the best tool at the time for what I use. But I will often ask the detective what they would prefer to have it in, because they have to review it, and whatever they're most comfortable using as well might depend on which tool I decide to use.
When a report is actually extracted, so say you find a photo or a message that you'd like.
Yes.
When that's extracted, does that extracted report look different if you're using Axiom versus you're using Celebrite?
Yes.
And is that just a visual difference?
Yes.
Is there, in your experience, has there been a significant difference in the data itself?
The raw data, no, but again, each tool is written by 2 different companies, so what data might be parsed out by one company might be different than another in terms of, I'll try to keep it simple, where TikTok is somewhat newer. So let's say one tool has written code to parse TikTok where another one has not. It doesn't mean that the data, the raw data, isn't there in the extraction. It just means one tool was written to parse it where the other one hasn't.
In this case, since we'll just limit those readers to what was utilized in this case, so that would still be Axiom and Cellbrite, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review Cellbrite reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department for a device that was obtained in a search warrant there?
Yes.
And would that have been from red with 3 Ds 03 at iCloud.com?
Yes.
Additionally, did you have an opportunity to review the Cellbrite report for rockoutsean at iCloud.com, the same one that you had an Axiom extraction from iCloud for?
It wasn't an extraction, the return from Apple, but yes.
So you've had an opportunity at least to review those 3 separate things?
Yes.
And the contents therein?
Yes.
I want to start first with the Apple ID red 03 at iCloud.com. Are you familiar from which that came, where that came from, excuse me?
I believe that was from the Jacksonville Cellbrite report.
Yes. I'm going to show you, it's been marked states 76A through B.
Yes.
I'm also going to show you states 75. The device information that was from the Cellbrite report, as well as some of the contents from that device which you reviewed.
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 76A through B, 1 through 4, and 8.
Any objection other than the previously made objections?
No further objection.
Same ruling, admitted.
Now, I've asked you about whether this Cellbrite extraction had some kind of related ID, and showing you states 76A. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so these are mostly identifiers or information about the device itself. So you can see the model number towards the top. But that's not a model number that you typically see. So the model number, I don't want to say typically see, but that's something that's more forensically or a model that's given to by Apple as far as build number to the software. The typical model you'll see is the detective phone model, which was a iPhone 14. And then the iOS version, which is 17.5.1. The MSI SDN is the phone number that's associated with that device. And then you'll see the IMEI a little bit further up there that starts with 350. That's what most people would commonly refer to as the serial number to the device. It's specific to that device.
Okay, so if we break that down just a little bit slower, you mentioned that there is a phone number that's associated. Is that what we're seeing here with this last used MSI SDN?
Yes.
And then the Apple ID that we refer to.
This is their stream. That is not me. It is their stream that's got all this where you can hardly see anything.
To as it related to this particular Cellbrite report was red with 3 Ds 03 at iCloud.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm not sure from there. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right. And are we talking about the information that's included right here?
Yes.
Now, are these device reports able to be downloaded typically from your standard Cellbrite extraction? So are you able to get this kind of summary with a report with this information about the device, the phone number, the Apple ID, typically when you use Cellbrite?
When you use either Cellbrite or Gray Key and you do an extraction, when you parse that extraction out in the Cellbrite tool, this is what's generated by Cellbrite.
And is this something that you can look to determine identifying information for whatever the extraction is you're looking at?
Yes.
Does that also include specific account identifiers? So, for example, if there is an Instagram account that's documented on the phone or a TikTok account, is that information that can be included on these device reports?
Yes.
And do we see an example of that here with the Instagram at 14, line 14?
Yes, Instagram has identified, Cellbrite has identified an account associated with Instagram and then the usernames.
At the top of these columns that are provided in the device report, are there several different categories of information that have been created by the Celebrite software?
Yes,
And does that include creation time as well?
yes.
Are you able to tell me anything about that creation time?
Not specifically that one, no.
Okay. What about UTC in the creation time itself?
Yes, so UTC refers to Coordinated Universal Time. So to put it in the easiest explanation is that all of the times, as far as we're concerned, is generally around Greenwich, England. So just say England as a specific place. So we're currently in Eastern Standard Time. So depending on daylight savings time, we're either -4 or -5 hours from England. So if it was midnight, it would be 4 hours behind, and then pretty soon we'll be in fall, so we fall back another hour and it would be 5 hours back. So forensically, we often leave stuff in UTC time when you look at it, because it makes it easier when people are communicating all over the world and you want to make it relative to where we're currently at in Eastern Standard Time. It just makes it easier when you're doing things on a time log.
And that is what you prefer in forensics when you all look at the information?
It makes it easier because if someone in, let's say, California was talking to someone in Florida and you're using 2 different time zones while trying to tell a story, it makes it very difficult. So we try to leave it all in one time zone.
What about for the detectives that you work with day to day? Does it make it easier for them to do the calculations when you actually provide these reports to them, or do they contact you often? To do that?
Y'all do know they're talking Greek to me because they're talking time zones. All this shit goes over my head. I don't know what. Nope. I'm central.
There are ways to, in the report, to convert it to make it easier for them, but often you'll see, like you see right here, it's UTC +0, meaning that there is no, the time isn't altered at all. It is in UTC time, so it being June, to be in Eastern Standard Time, you would have to -4 hours from the time you see.
Now, I'll show you some examples of that modification here in a bit, but there is ultimately a way for the device for you to update the time zone to the current time zone or the time zone that the device is in.
So the time zone that the device is in, I would say the time zone where you're at would be more correct, because the problem with time the device is in, the device doesn't store in what we refer to in forensics as local time. So if the device is in Florida today, but California tomorrow, it doesn't store it in those 2 time zones. It stores it in UTC or whatever time it is, but it comes back to a UTC time. And then based on where your phone's time zone is set, which often is automatically set, but you can go in and manually set it as well, it will -4 or 5 if you're in Eastern time zone, and that's what you see on your device, but it's not stored in your local time zone.
But you are able, there is a mechanism to view the information that is pulled or view the report with the modification to from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
Correct. This tool, Celebrite, is used worldwide. So depending on what time zone you are in, you can choose to set it at -4 for Eastern Standard Time or -8 for Pacific Time. So you can go in there and go, hey, I want to view it in the time zone for the state I'm currently in, and it'll alter those times accordingly.
There's been no request of you or no evidence to suggest or support that there were any devices provided to you where there needed to be a calculation for Central Time or Pacific or anything like that in this case?
No.
Now, and again, looking at the identifying information from this report, was there also something in line 16 as it related to a TikTok and the user ID information from there?
Yes.
What is the information that were provided from the TikTok column here under the user ID?
It shows the user ID also being, I believe, Alicia Andrews 72.
Now, when you look at specific items from inside of this report, are you actually able to pull, for example, a text message communication?
Yes.
Showing you states 76B.
Here we go, guys. Text messages. All right.
What is it that we're looking at here? What type of report?
This is also a Celebrite report, and it shows a conversation, or at least some messages that were sent and received.
What is it that you can tell me about the timestamps, if any, on these messages that are depicted on the screen from June 21st of 2024 at 10:56 p.m.?
The same thing I mentioned before, they're in UTC, so they're going to be 4 hours different than what would be Eastern Standard Time from where we're currently at. So being 10:56 p.m., it would, I believe, be 6:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
When you actually look to the message itself, are you able to determine who the sender is, or are there any markings or indications on the messages which would indicate who the sender is versus who is receiving the messages?
Yes, it'll oftentimes will say to and from. In these scenarios, this isn't text messages. I believe these are actually just messages by
I can go back to the first page related to Miss Adore.
Yeah, so I was looking at the numbers at the top, which are often the account numbers associated with either Instagram or Facebook. And it looks like, so as I was saying, that all of the files that come in from Apple, they're in a bunch of smaller zip files. So underneath where it says source extraction, that is the actual zip file that these messages are coming through or being pulled from by Celebrite. And you'll see towards the very bottom, it'll say group.com.bourbon, B-U-R-B-N, and then Instagram plist. So these messages are actually being pulled from that file, which is a plist file, which is associated with Instagram. So looking at that, I know that those are Instagram account numbers, and then those are the display names. So Miss Adore would be the display name of that Instagram account that sent that message to whoever the other person is.
And then in that device information that we were looking at from 76A, are you also able in the account name column to confirm what you were looking at there from that source information as well? The same name at least depicted there.
Yes.
And these again, messages were in UTC time, at least as extracted here.
Yes.
In states 76B2, is there also a category for something called transfers that you can extract a Celebrite report for?
Yes.
And what is it? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Still, the data that comes in allows for some categories. Are these categories that are provided by the program or something that you would input or add?
No, these are all, like I mentioned earlier, that Celebrite, the company, has parsed out whichever file contains this information, and they choose which category to display them in.
Now, in this particular case, there's a source column, but it doesn't look like that long source code that we...
I need to stop and add. I have to take myself down to be able to see it because it's behind me. But if you look, again, we're at the same time, again, 8:52 p.m. So this is around the time that the phone was acquired, obviously, and turned on this date.
We were looking at from the last exhibit. Is that different?
It's just showing that it came from Cash App. It did come from a longer source file or file path. It's just not displayed here.
And what are you familiar with Cash App?
Yes.
Is that a money transfer application?
Yes.
In states 76B, are you able to see that?
Yes.
When we're looking at the file info from 76B, are you able to tell me anything as it relates to the name of the file?
Yes, the file name is img_001.heic.
And does the HEIC, is that indicative of anything for you?
I don't know what it stands for, but I know that HEIC is commonly a file extension for a picture file associated with Apple devices.
So for like a document, you would have .pdf or .doc or something. Is it for just a layperson when we're looking at it, you recognize HEIC as .HCIC being consistent with a photograph or pictorial evidence? When we see the thumbnail associated here, are you able, when viewing the information, to actually look at that image in a larger capacity?
Yes.
Does that mean that this thumbnail here that it's given to you, does that mean that that was the original size of the item or anything like that?
No, but the original size says the bytes right there. It tells you how big the file is. That's just simply, like you said, it's a thumbnail image. It's a small image. Just like when you go through your photos if you have an iPhone or an Android, you don't look at one photo at a time. You can probably look at 30 to 40 photos. All of those photos are also saved in those smaller sizes so you can quickly view them, and those are called thumbnail images. But the actual image itself is much larger typically.
Can you see that all right?
Yes.
From that file itself, was this image consistent with the thumbnail attached to that extraction?
Yes.
And you can't tell me about the circumstances from which this photograph was taken?
No.
Can you simply tell me that this is a photograph that was on the device?
Yes.
And was depicted in the extraction report?
Yes.
Hold up. What in the hell was that? That was a screenshot of passwords. Passwords to Facebook and Twitter and T-Mobile, I think it said, and oh my stars.
Do you have information about at least the created modified access dates here as it relates to this particular thumbnail?
I'm not sure if that refers to the thumbnail or the actual photo itself. I believe it refers to the actual photo, which is the created of 6/26/24. I believe the thumbnail is actually just generated by Celebrate.
Yes, I apologize. I mean for the photo.
Yeah, so the artifact itself being the larger image we just saw, the created, modified, and accessed is associated with the photo, but then the metadata below is the data about the photo itself. So you can see that the capture time, probably the original time that photo was created, matches the created and modified.
And for this specific photograph, there is a capture time that it also reflects camera phone and iPhone 14. Were those consistent with the device information from the first exhibit that we looked at 76A?
I don't recall if it was an iPhone 14.
In looking at looking at state 76A, does it refresh your recollection as to the device model for this extraction?
Yes, it would be the same model then.
Did the capture time of 8:35 p.m., is that indicative of UTC time in looking at the actual created modified access information?
So the time is about 2 minutes difference, but I'm not sure if the capture time below is in UTC, but using the created modified times, it would appear that it would be in UTC.
How about as it relates to the image that was actually captured itself? Is there any information from the image itself that we're able to ascertain regarding the potential time that it was captured?
Yes, the phone itself shows that it was 8:35.
Why would you screenshot all your passwords and have them out?
In looking at some,
You don't do that.
it states exhibit 76B8, can you tell me how this type of an extraction, even though we still see the blue and the green boxes, would be different from the one that we looked at from Instagram? Does this one have phone numbers for the participants instead of ID numbers or?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to see the phone numbers on this report itself?
Yes.
Are those phone numbers depicted here?
Yes.
And with owner, is that indicative of the device from which this information came from?
It is.
You mentioned when we were looking at the Instagram messages that there's a to or a from. Do we have that information in each of the top of the chat bubbles that we see here photographed or depicted?
Yes.
Can you tell me from whom the top message came from and what, if anything, it said?
It shows it came from the owner's device to the phone number ending in 7558. And did you want me to read the actual message?
The content of the
itself?
message, if you would.
It says, if you get a iPhone and you have a Android, you can switch your stuff over. I just figured it out if you ever upgrade.
Did that same message that's captured there in green also, or that same sender also send the next message that's captured in green?
Yes.
And does that one indicate anything was actually sent as far as content as well?
As far as the message goes, it says like your pictures and stuff.
And was there any response or message back to this device captured in this chat?
Yeah, it shows that the message received was about a minute later. And it just says, switch and bring your hard-headed self home.
That message, those messages that we just looked at.
Just to pause, just for information real quick, I'm going to go for about another 45 minutes, and that will put my stream at right about 4 hours, and I will have to cut for the night. So I just wanted that out there. So I got about another 45 minutes, and then we're going to go for the night.
At 76B8, were those and UTC time consistent with the device being, or sending these messages at 8:39 p.m. on June 26th?
Yeah, so this report or what you're viewing here has been converted to Eastern Standard Time. So the times would reflect Eastern Standard Time, and that's what the -4 means.
And lastly, for this device, from state 76B4, is this another one of those messages where you're able to tell us whether it was between devices with a number or on some kind of social media account?
This is from devices with phone numbers.
What is the timestamp that is related to the first message that's sent?
It is 8:42 p.m. and it's in Eastern Standard Time.
And was there a response from someone to this device?
Yes.
And what was that?
How do I know this is you?
Can you tell us what we're looking at here on page 2 of that same exhibit and how it differs from the other chats?
This is just a, obviously a picture message that was sent as an attachment in the message.
And again, are you able to, when you see something that size, look at a larger depiction of that?
Yes.
Is that what was reflected there?
Yes.
And was the timestamp able to be deciphered from the information included on that message?
Yes.
And when was that message sent from this owner's device?
9:17 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time.
In addition to the Celebrite for Red 03, did you have an opportunity to review an Axiom extraction as well? That was a return from iCloud.
Yes.
I'm showing you 75B. Can you talk to us a little bit about what it is that we are seeing in the overview report in 75B?
Yes, this is, the overview is all the individual files that comes back from Apple, and then they're parsed out by, in this case, Axiom.
So do the extractions that come from, or the returns that come from iCloud, when you pop them into Axiom, do they look a little bit different visually than the Celebrite reports that we just looked at?
Yes, the individual company decides how they want to display the information when they parse it.
What, if anything, are you able to tell me about each of these 3 files? Can you view them together when you actually use this software?
Yes.
And do you have the same option to look at tabs or categories within the information when you use it?
Yes.
In publishing state 75C. Now, how is it that you, from an Axiom extraction or report, are able to determine where or what category the information came from?
They would have the same file path at the end. It would show you exactly where it pulled from. Maybe not necessarily in this PDF or printed version of it, but on the tool itself, it would let you.
Are you able, from the actual report that gets extracted, to decipher some information about its originating location?
Yes.
What is TextNow chat?
TextNow is a voice over IP application that allows you to send text messages and phone calls, receive phone calls, basically over the internet. So if, as long as you have cellular data or hooked up to Wi-Fi, you can download the application and basically request a phone number and then make phone calls and text messages using the application instead of the native phone number assigned to that phone.
Is that different from sending a text message or a call from your device?
It would still be from the device, but through an application.
But what is your purpose of doing that? Why would anybody need something like that? That's what I have trouble. Why? Are you that shady? Are you so, you need to hide? You're ashamed? Why would you just not use, okay.
Application.
So you would use the phone, but you'd be using an app?
Yes.
Now, if I called you in that app, would my phone number to you be the same as my phone number that AT&T gave me if I select a number?
It'd be whatever phone number that TextNow provided to you.
But it is not the same as an extraction, for example, from the instant messages from a device or the iMessages?
No.
Was there in state 75C1 an extraction report from the Axiom for this device?
Yes.
And is this device the alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com?
This is not a device, but a
Return from iCloud, so
Yes.
data from them.
Yes.
And would that have been from that Alicia Andrews 03@yahoo?
Yes.
Read it.
All right. Now, what is it that we're looking at?
This is just text messages or messages that the Axiom tool has pulled from that iCloud extraction.
Is it possible that this isn't the entirety of all of the messages that go back and forth?
Well, if they won't read it to us, let me read it to you. Give me a second to get my Mrs. Kravitz tool. We are going to read this. I don't know if he's going to read it or not. It says, bitch, you sicko. Why you blocking me over a call? I didn't even initiate. Trying to act like you mad and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out the fucking blue. Why the fuck are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk to them ugly bitches. You talk to everybody you come across and you touch. You fuck them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in their head for no relationship. Even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation, you still fucking mad. The fuck? That was me, Lois. I couldn't see it and I needed to know what it said. All right. Y'all go ahead. I don't know if they're going to read it or not, but we one step ahead of them.
Yes.
Are you able to select some messages by date or timestamps, anything like that?
Yeah, you can filter within the tool to only certain messages, and then sometimes only certain messages are backed up. So you don't always get the full conversation, or you can filter it down to just portions yourself.
And coming from this return from the email for Alicia Andrews 03, what does the information that's provided in these chat bubbles tell us?
It just tells me that this message was sent to someone at that date and time.
And are you able to tell me anything about where the device came from? I mean, where the information came from? Was this message sent from this device, this report, to another person?
Yes, I can't tell right now, but it looks like it might possibly be a contact that says me, or I'm not sure if that's referring to the individual device. I've never seen me on a report before, so it might be a contact saved as me, but I'm not sure.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment? Yes. Mr. Deputy Martinez. Should I turn it off? Are you able to tell me about the dates that this message was sent?
Yes, it shows that it was 6/17/2024 at 11:44 and 11:47 a.m.
Now, as we move through this exhibit, all of these exhibits would have come from the data from the iCloud return that you received for the Alicia Andrews 03 at Yahoo account. Is that correct?
Yes.
In 75C4, is this image that's being depicted here from page 4 different in some way than you would see for a traditional image? Like if it was a photograph?
This image that we see here is...
Are those feet? Get them feet. Where's Music Man? Where's 80s music? Look, feet in my chat.
Isn't actually an image, it's a video file, but the Axiom tool...
No.
So in my investigations, we go through hundreds, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of videos. So instead of having to watch each individual video as you go through the tool, Axiom will display what's a preview of the video by giving you 8 frames from the video to give you a general idea what might be in that video. So you don't have to necessarily watch every single video just to find out what's in it. It'll give you a preview, which is what Axiom has done here, and then you could go watch the video itself. So in this case, we're looking at a preview that was generated by Axiom of the actual video file.
Are you able to actually see the full video or even grab some of the frames from the video when you're pulling an extraction report?
Yes.
And is that what's indicated here from that same video?
Correct.
Just a screenshot, basically, if we're using layman's terms.
Yes, and I think even when you go back to the still frames where there was the 8 different frames from that video, you can see that it's very similar.
Are you able to tell me anything about the date and time that this video was preserved from the data or file information here?
It just shows the last modified and then more importantly the EXIF created, and how we mentioned earlier that EXIF data is more data about the file itself versus a lot of times when you see created, access, and modified, that refers to that file being in a specific place at that date and time. So if you put a folder on your computer and you make a copy of that folder and put it somewhere else on your computer, those created date and times will be different because it's whenever you copied and pasted it. But the EXIF is specific to when that video file itself was created. So typically, forensically, that's the one we try to focus on if it's available, and in this instance it is, which is 6/22/24 at 5:26 p.m.
And are you able to say that that is also Eastern Standard Time based on the UTC information also provided?
Yes.
Publishing 75C5 from the same iCloud return. Is this an actual either screenshot or an image on the device different from what we've just seen reflected as a video?
Yes.
Is there a time reflected in the screenshot itself?
Yes, 2:58.
And is there data associated with the screenshot itself?
Yes.
On this particular screenshot, this one has a PNG label. How is that different from what we saw before?
PNG is often associated with screenshots when it comes to Apple devices. So if you do a screenshot on an Apple device, it'll save it as a PNG versus the HEIC file.
The EXIF data for this one is depicted down here. Is that the same EXIF data for date and time that we would be looking at?
Yes.
And are you able to tell me what the EXIF data tells us about this particular screenshot?
It shows the original date and time to be 6:23 at 2:58 p.m. Or I'm sorry, yeah, p.m.
PM?
I'm sorry, no. So 2:58. I was looking at the time. So 2:58. There is no PM or AM associated with it.
In 75C6, are you able to see that? Record 1 of 75C6.
Yes.
All right. And do you know, or can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture, but I don't know who it is or where it came from.
Are you familiar with the photo?
You know what this kind of just observation, people. Oh, my throat. Sorry about that. That was rude. Just observation of this video. This looks like the whole. Oh, I might even be right. Just observation. Looks like the hotel where Julio Foolio went to, and that stairwell they showed him walking up in that one of those first videos we seen when he first arrived, or whatever. They went to that hotel. That's what this stairwell looks like. That video he was recording in. Just saying.
Photo application in an iPhone or Samsung device?
Yes.
And do you have the options, which we could see at the bottom right here, of taking a photo or selecting a photo option?
I believe that's just a selfie cam. I'm not sure if that's taking a photo or selecting a photo.
To flip the camera on the photo app?
Yes.
But is this so if I clicked on or took my phone and clicked on the little camera that's on the home screen, I can open that to access the camera?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at here, a camera access from one of these devices or a device of some kind?
It appears to be consistent with taking a photo with a device, but I'm not sure what application it's being used from.
While you are utilizing your phone's camera, whether it's front-facing or rear-facing, are you still able to take a screenshot?
Yes.
What information, if any, did this particular item provide to us regarding the date of the original?
The original date showing 6:23 at 4:10.
I'm sorry, was that PM or AM or do you know?
It doesn't show an AM or PM.
Are you able to tell us about the ability to have military time or standard time? Tell us the difference between those two things.
You can select military or standard on your phone, how it's displayed. And basically that being a military time is from 0000 all the way up to 2400 or 2359. So basically there is no AM or PM with military time.
I know that. Yes, he's right. You know what? Y'all, my bells and whistles just went off. No, there's no AM or PM during military time. That's right. Dude, I feel intelligent all of a sudden.
Your Honor, maybe approach. Yes.
No, you can't approach.
From Instagram. Are you able to tell us anything about this return from iCloud as it relates to information from Instagram?
Just that, is this from, we're still talking about the iCloud return?
Yes, the same return from alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com.
Yeah, so again, Axiom being the tool that we used in this one, it identified different, I'm trying to think where it came from, different accounts associated with,
I
it
really
looks
wish
like
they'd have
Instagram.
guts
Does Axiom allow for information regarding
the
followers and following when it gives you a return from Instagram or information from Instagram?
says young and ace.
I cannot tell if these are follows or following, but it's obviously information.
Okay, here, look, I got it on a good pause. See, it says young N Ace is username, Instagram profile. And up here it says the same thing. It's kind of hard to see, but it says Instagram. And then it says Alicia Andrews 03 at Yahoo for the source. Interesting. Okay.
That's backed up to Apple.
When you make a full download as it relates to the Instagram profiles, followers, or following, are you able to review the file path and the file information?
Okay, so this is she's making posts on his, and that's why it's showing up. Okay, I got it now. Sorry, it took me a minute.
To assess whether there's following, followers, followed by. Those categories that Axiom gives you.
Yeah, so in this scenario, yes, you can see what Axiom has parsed out, and it shows that the account associated with that Apple account, that cloud account, there are artifacts associated with Instagram showing that that account is following that username at the top. And you can see where it says following, yes, but they're not being followed back by that same account.
So following, yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The username account, Young and Ace.
Yes,
Followed by, no.
correct.
There are 3 of these records. Is the difference between having record 1, record 2, and record 3, which indicate the same, each of the iCloud returns that we saw in the beginning here when we were looking at the backup evidence?
I'm
When we
not
looked
sure.
at the first page, let me go back.
I'm not sure what the difference is between the 3 records are. That would be Axiom parse it out, whether that information is in 3 different locations,
He was
or
following
it's
him, but
just
he wasn't
repeating information
following
that's the same
her.
information in 3 different locations.
If the path matches source information from this file, this second file, and this third file from page 3 of the evidence overview,
I got it.
does that lead you to believe that they are, in reviewing the contents of each of these zips, representative of that following for each of the returns from each one of those files?
So it would be more from the source, and I can see that the source looks, there's a lot of numbers in there to tell you exactly the same, but it looks like the source might be a little bit different, and that's why you have 3 records.
Okay, and then when you see the evidence number or information, is that referring to the file that is provided from iCloud?
Yes. But in there are both multiple different folders, and you see that where it says source here, being the original one, and then there's that number, the 1295723, and then there's folder and subfolder and subfolder. So every line that you see is another folder within that folder, so every slash mark.
That's too much.
In 75C8, do we have the same type of following report or information that was pulled from Axiom? Page 4 of that exhibit.
Y'all mean to tell me this little Miss Andrews is drinking a core water? I sure hope that's attorney's water, because she's in jail and doesn't deserve core water. I'm just saying.
For username Julio Foolio.
Correct.
And do we still have or also have those columns regarding following and is followed by?
Yes.
As it relates to this particular account, what was the account following?
The device account was following the Julio Foolio, but Julio Foolio's account was not following back the user's device or user's account.
Are you also able to, as we could see from the device report and the Cellbrite data, or the reports that we had, are you also able to select photographs that you can pull reports for?
Yes.
Here's that
And looking
red
at
hair
this
photo
photograph
I
that's
found.
depicted in 75C9, was there information associated with that photo which would allow you to be able to tell when the photo was captured?
Yes.
And what information is that? Can you relay that for us?
So Again, forensically, we often focus on the EXIF data, which is data about the data itself, not necessarily.
Again, y'all, I have a problem. They're more feet, but at least she's got some shoes on them feet.
Necessarily when that photo was placed on that device or that cloud, but here you can see that when the photo was taken, it captured a lot of information, lat and long being exactly where GPS put that photograph being taken, what model phone took it, and it looks like even it tells you which camera it would have taken it with, being the dual wide camera, which is typically seen on the back of a device, versus the selfie camera or the front-facing camera that would face you.
And can this data, because it's been an iCloud backup, be something that came from a different device? When we saw Cellbrite, we saw a model number and an iPhone and those types of things. Can this be a different device just stored to the cloud?
It could simply be someone sent you the picture and it's stored on your device, but it just got backed up to the cloud even though another photo or another phone took the photo.
Can it be your device having taken the photo?
If you have multiple devices with the same account, cloud account, yes, it could all be backed up. But it could also be a photo taken with someone else's phone and then you've stored it or saved it on your device and it kept all that same EXIF information and also got backed up because now it's on your device that is being backed up.
If I have my same iCloud account from high school up till now, will every phone that I've used and backed up to that same iCloud account still be reflected? Those photos from older phones are still in my iCloud.
It's possible. That's a better question for Apple, how long that they store stuff for.
But you can have different devices that back up to the cloud.
Yes.
Is this a larger version of that photograph that was depicted in the last exhibit?
Yes.
Same exhibit, was there an image captured April 15th of 2023?
Yes.
And let's back that one up just a second because we're going to, her tattoo is straight down the middle of her chest.
April 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
What if she reflects on those pictures and think, what was I doing?
In 75C10, can you tell us what it is that this is representative of?
These look like text messages between two devices.
So these look different than what we looked at from Cellbrite. We don't have the convenience of the blue and the green. How do you know that the messages are going back and forth? Is there something about their placement?
Yeah, so Axiom will place them typically right and left to try to make it look more like what you would see on the device. Sometimes there's colors that make it a little bit easier to see, which I don't see here. But you can also see received at the top where those ones are being received by that cloud account information, and it says unknown direction. So probably didn't parse or it wasn't provided in the plist files or databases that were given.
But there is a number associated with the received by.
Yes.
And then the unknown direction, can that be from this person responding back to that received by?
Well, received from, I believe, is the top number. Like that was, they received that message from that number.
Yes, so if this text message is received from number ending
Right.
7534, is this the owner or user responding to 7534?
Correct. Often there isn't a number associated with the received by because the owner of the phone is simply the owner. It doesn't need to store its own number.
Are you able to tell me about the date and time from which I Don't Like the Town Center was received to this iCloud?
It shows April 10th of 2023 at 8:38 p.m.
Was there a response to that message?
Yes.
What was that?
You hate everywhere with an emoji. We don't gotta sit in.
Did the number ending in 7534 send a reply to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
23 got killed in the town center. That's why I'm like out there.
We still see the phone number that's provided for the person that's sending the messages to this iCloud,
Yes.
and we see their responses on the right from the person with this device.
Yes.
Lastly, was there an image from this iCloud account preserved April 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And were you able to see that image in an enlarged fashion from the same extraction report?
Yes.
I believe that completes this particular extraction, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, it's 12:20, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:30, and we'll see you then.
All rise.
Right, they go on a break.
9:34 a.m. So, Mr. Winter, Judge.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're going to finish out this witness, and then I'm going to stop for the day because I think after the next witness, the prosecution rest, and I'm at my point where I get up, walk around, and do stuff. So move it right. Push. No, it's not going to.
Sorry, come on.
Excuse me? Ring-a-ding-ding? Your other name, not in court. Me.
All rise.
Everyone have a seat. Welcome back. And
Andrews 03 at Yahoo. We're still familiar with that extraction report. In looking at State's Exhibit 75C12, are you able to tell me the difference between the two dates that we see as it relates to the first date stamp on the page versus the second?
It shows October 15th of 2023 at 11:02 p.m. and the last modified time being 5/15/2024 at 9:34 a.m.
And modified, as you've already described for us, can that mean copied, saved, updated?
It could just be a change to the picture. I'm not sure what the changes are. Viewing the thumbnails, it looks like it might just simply have been cropped.
I can't unmute because somebody is over here having a fit and he's getting in my face. So.
But I can't tell you for sure what the change was.
And the same as when we discussed the other thumbnail images, you would be able to access or enlarge the image from that date.
Yes.
Lastly, 75C15 from the same iCloud extraction.
Yes.
Is there some evidence that this is not a photograph and is instead a video?
Yes, if you look at the file name extension where it says file name, it says MOV, which is pretty indicative that it's a video file. But then again, as I explained earlier, Axiom takes frames from it. In this case, it took 10 frames from the video file and then put it to where you could see what the video potentially would have.
And just like as you did previously explain, are you able to then view each of the various screen grabs? You can watch the video as a whole, or you can actually look at it in parts.
Correct.
Now, as it relates to the extractions, or really any device, are you familiar with who the phones belong to, where the whose phones the extractions came from, the circumstances under which this information would have even been provided to you?
I know the information that Apple provides to me as far as what account it's associated with. As far as who's in control of that account or device, I do not.
You don't know the facts or circumstances surrounding the case?
I know the general facts of the case, but I don't know about the individual evidence items.
How about your involvement otherwise in cases like this? Are you out, on the street and interviewing witnesses, investigating potential suspects, things like that?
No, well, we do interview suspects as far as our child exploitation cases, but when it comes to homicides or other cases for that matter, where my role is primarily digital forensics, we don't typically go out to the scenes. We just handle the processing and extraction portion of it.
You would not be able to, for example, in this moment, look to the image that we just saw in 75C13 and identify the individual that's depicted.
There's two individuals. But no, I don't know anyone in this case specifically. I couldn't pick them out by photographs.
And for this particular case, it is the scenario for which you've mentioned, which is you would have information relevant to the homicide investigation. It's not like you would be interviewing like you would on a child exploitation case.
Correct. I did not interview or did not interview anybody in this case.
You'd only received the evidence from the lead detective and a request to do the digital examinations.
Correct.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 94. Would you take a look at that, please? Do you recognize the reports depicted in 94?
Yes.
What? We have. This is new. Hold up. We're showing there are two people in the. Okay. Y'all, we haven't seen anybody in the gallery. I mean, they've showed a couple times, but they really haven't had said, hello, look at us. These people are saying, hello, look at us. Okay.
A through C, 1 through 7, fairly accurately depict the extraction reports or some of the extraction reports from the Rockout Sean account that we previously mentioned.
Yes.
What program were these reports open in?
Celebrate.
So just like the previous or earlier Celebrate that we were able to view, did we receive an extraction or a report, with device information?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm the device Apple ID associated to this report?
Yes.
And what was that Apple ID?
The Rockout Sean at iCloud.com.
There was also a telephone number that you provided could be located at the MSISDN.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here on this line?
Yes.
As in the last Celebrate report that we were viewing, were you also able to view under account name, in the account name column, an identifier of Sean Gathright in the Apple iCloud backup account for line 15?
Yes.
I'm showing you 94C5. What are we looking at here?
This is a text message between two phone numbers.
Are you able to ascertain who the parties are to this text message conversation, or at least how are they identified via the report from the extraction?
And I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. What exhibit is this again?
94C5.
Thank you.
If it hasn't been moved into evidence, Your Honor, I would move the full exhibit in.
Okay, admitted.
And how are you able to identify the parties?
Celebrate has identified the owner of the account to be Sean Gathright, and then the second participant in the conversation to be that phone number 904-386-0925 with the name Ghost.
And where does the name that's depicted under the number come from?
It would be pulled from some database, usually contacts, but I'm assuming, or I'm not sure exactly where it came from.
Would it have been saved by the device user as Ghost, or does that come?
Overruled. He can answer if he knows.
I don't know if that name was in the context.
The information that is there, so when you first receive a device itself, does the device auto-populate with the names of the individuals that are stored, or is it responsibility of the phone owner to populate contacts?
On an iPhone, it can suggest the contact, because if you say, hey, this is, so-and-so, it'll put suggestion, but this wasn't from a device. I believe this was from an iCloud account, so that name was stored within that message. So Celebrate pulled that information out of the database. I'm not sure where in the database that name was stored.
I'm actually going to show you, just slightly out of order, if I can have you look to 94C6. Can you see the type of entry that we're looking at here in 94C6?
Yes, this is from the contacts.
And what is contacts in a device?
That's where messages, or I'm sorry, where
Okay. And I will highlight while it's at a point where we can read it. The name is Ghost. And it came from Apple iCloud Backup. And there's the phone number there. Okay.
accounts are saved.
And who are they saved by? At a minimum, a person with access to the device.
Right, but contacts could also not just include, as far as Celebrite is concerned, phone numbers or names. It could be Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts, like social media accounts. So we'll see a lot of items in the contacts. But as you can see, when you look into the source file, it shows address book and then the SQLite database after that. So specifically, this Ghost contact was stored in the address book of the phone, so the contacts of the phone.
Now, as we go back to 94C5, are there messages exchanged between Sean Gathright, the owner of the device, and Ghost, or the number saved as Ghost?
Yes.
Can you tell me the date on which these communications begin?
6/6 of 24 at 4:43 a.m. and I see UTC -4, meaning that this message was or is being displayed in Eastern Standard Time.
In 94C4, are you able to tell me whether this is also another exchange between telephone numbers?
Yes.
And how are you able to determine that?
By looking at the phone numbers, I can see that it's the same phone number as before.
Same mechanism as identifiers underneath the exact phone number?
Yes.
And the owner of this device, identified as Sean Gathright, also still included?
Yes.
As it relates to the content of the first message that's depicted on the screen here, can you tell me what that says?
The message?
Yes.
It shows an address of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida 33613.
And on what date and at what time was that message sent from the individual GZ with a phone number ending in 4707 to Sean Gathright?
It shows 6/22/24 at 5:22 p.m. again in Eastern Standard Time.
From the same iCloud return, looking at the search items tab, were there indications that a search had been conducted on this device around 10 p.m. on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
Are you able to determine what the content of that search was, or at least what was depicted in the value of the search at that time?
Teasers Gentlemen Club.
First one was Walmart. The second one was Twizzlers. You think that's true?
In 94C2, can you tell me what the difference is in the participants here?
Well, the only difference is I see that the iCloud account name plus the phone number, which are both identifiers for that device that was being used.
When you are utilizing an iPhone and you engage in messaging utilizing the iMessage application on an iPhone, are you able to also send messages not only through your cellular data by the number, but also by email address?
Whatever the iCloud account is, yes.
The iCloud ID, is that what we were looking at?
The Apple ID, yes, but it doesn't have to be at iCloud. It can be any email. But yes, you can send it by message. A lot of devices don't have, like iPads might not have any cellular service at all. So typically they would use an Apple ID.
And you can iMessage from that iPad without cellular service by connecting to Wi-Fi, something of that kind?
Correct. When I say cellular service, I'm talking about actually having a phone number assigned to it. So you can still, as long as you have Wi-Fi and you're signed into your iCloud account, you could send iMessages.
Lastly, 94C1. What are we looking at here?
It looks like a text message with, shows 3 participants, but 2 of them appear to be the owner Apple accounts.
2 of them appear to be?
Like the Apple account like association. So the phone number is still associated with that Apple account for the owner, and then the actual iCloud email.
And that would still be the one with manager underneath it, that owner identifier?
Correct.
Even if this name under 3825 changes, so that in this particular set of messages, it indicates manager, but are you looking to the phone number that's actually depicted next to or above owner?
Right, the phone number. I believe that Celebrite is saying that this is the owner of the phone.
Here, may I have 1 moment?
Yes.
C94C3. Is this another text message exchange that came from this device, owner name Sean Gathright?
I believe that this is still an iCloud account.
I'm sorry, I keep saying device, iCloud.
Unmute, Sheila. Have to mute because the dogs are in here acting a fool. Meat is cutting up. But these text messages are just, they're odd. I mean, with no reference to what they mean. This text message says, I'm coming home. My thirst is quenched. Love you, Murphy. What? I need context. Don't just give me some half-ass text. I need more context to it.
Return.
But yes, it shows that the message, or there are messages between that phone number that's associated with Sean Gathright, and then there's another phone number in there.
Are you able to identify the time from which the first message is actually sent?
The first message depicted here is
Okay. Here, let me pull down my media, just so we can read. And the rest of the text, the response says, fuck home and fuck you. And that was from Sean. Okay, sir. I need more. Y'all can't give no partial text and expect us to know what the hell y'all are talking about. That's not fair. That's not right. I'm nosy. I need to know. Don't give me no partial.
It's 23 of 24 at 12:58 p.m. and in Eastern Standard Time.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross.
There's some exhibits that were trying to locate before lunch. I'll try to do them,
The clerks, who's attempting to find them?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So I want to take you through some of the exhibits, starting with the last one we kind of went through. This exhibit here, this is the iCloud from Sean Gathright, or at least the iCloud that belongs to Sean Gathright.
I'm not sure if it belongs to, but yeah, the identifiers show Sean Gathright as being the owner.
All right. The iCloud username is the Rockout Sean username.
Yes.
All right. So this is not Alicia Andrews' iCloud.
I don't know. Again, I can't associate it with anybody. I only can tell you the names that are on the accounts.
Got it. But on this account, Rockout Sean, there's no indication that this account has Alicia Andrews' name tied to it, correct?
I have no idea if it is or is not.
All right. This message that you see here, could you read that in green?
I'm coming home. My thirst is quenched. I love you, Murphy.
All right. Murphy, do you have any context for who sent this message?
I don't know anybody in this case.
At any point in time, did you meet with Detective Ramos to go over any of these iPhone devices or the iCloud returns?
I don't recall specifically going over any specific artifacts.
With Detective Ramos?
Correct.
Or with any detective in the case?
No, I do the extractions, or I'll put them into some sort of software to where they can view it, and then I usually do a small supplement saying what I did, but as far as interpreting the data or seeing how data or items are relevant to the investigation, I don't typically take part in that unless it has to do with a child exploitation case that's assigned to me.
Understood. You're not aware of the significance of this photograph. Is that correct?
Correct. And I believe it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this is actually not a photograph, but it's a clip of a video.
So it's a still shot from a video?
I believe that that's what was presented. There's a video file, I think, that goes with this. That might have been just before that. It shows all the clips. Yes, sir. And then I believe that that image is just one frame from that video file. But regardless, I don't know the relevance of the video file or the image itself.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 75C9. You're not aware of the significance of this photograph either?
No, sir.
Or the relevance?
No, sir.
I'll tell you the relevance. My relevance to that picture, just because I'm not involved, I would say I'm showing this picture to show she's human. She takes pictures. I mean, not that that's relevant to any of this, but they were so worried about us dehumanizing her by allowing her to be seen putting her makeup on and walking into court. And, I mean, we're only humanizing her. We're showing that she takes nice photos. I'm just making up a
Did you go through Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
No.
Not at all?
Other than I'll usually go through some of the reports just to show that the artifacts that you would expect to be in there are there, but as far as a specific message or a specific photo, no, I did not go looking for evidence relevant to the case.
All right. Do you know that there were nearly 370,000 artifacts in Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
I'm not aware of how many artifacts there are in it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the number you're telling me.
All right. The iCloud returns. Are you responsible for getting these returns from iCloud?
From Apple? Yes, sir.
From Apple. You're responsible for doing that, and is that a lot of work?
I wouldn't say it's a lot of work because it's more of just a download, but as far as the knowledge it takes to be able to decrypt it and use the software that Apple requires you to use, because they use their own version of decryption software, so we have to download that, put in the passcode, and then unzip it, and then decrypt it, download it, and then put it back in a zip file and then process it. So it's a little bit of a process for a regular person who's never done it before.
Well, for someone in your position, is that a easy task?
It can be, depending how big the extraction is. Some of them, we've had to be 1 terabyte of data backed up, and some of that stuff can take a significant amount of time, and you have to go through logs and make sure that nothing failed during the process, and if it did, you have to go download those individual zip folders and then make sure it's all there. So it's yes and no, depending on how big the backup is.
All right, so let's say it is a terabyte or something over a terabyte.
Yes.
How long would that typically take for you to download and get access to?
It could take, we've had it take weeks.
Mm-hmm. Nothing more than weeks?
It could take longer. I'm not sure because of the failures where you have to keep going back after the information until you get it all downloaded. But with smaller ones, we could have it maybe downloaded in a day and even sometimes parsed the same day.
All right, so if there are Apple iCloud accounts out there that were related to this case, at most it would have taken you weeks to get those Apple iCloud returns downloaded.
From the moment that Apple's created the response and that gets forwarded to us, it would at most, on average, a couple weeks to get the download. It doesn't typically take weeks if it's not that large of a file.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, briefly, Your Honor. For a typical criminal investigation, in order to have Apple start preparing an iCloud return, do you need a search warrant to be authored, granted, issued to Apple for them to respond to that?
Yes.
And in this particular case, any search warrants would have been completed and shared to Apple by detectives?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, is this going to be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, we are going to pause it for the day.
I am going to go spend time with my four-legged children. I would do a review, but I really need to go. The dogs are acting up, and what I want to start doing is at the very end of the streams, I'm going to shorten them down. I'm going to start shortening my streams down to 4 hours. We will have to, it's going to take us a little longer to get through trials to do it this way. I might do 2 streams in an evening. Not sure how I'm going to do it yet, but I'm going to just, there's going to be a little tweaks and a few changes because of all the terms of service rules and things that have been changing on YouTube. I want to make it more user-friendly, and I don't want any more community strikes or anything like that. So, but I want to start doing, and I'm going to leave this open just for today. I want to start doing open panel at the end, where at the end of my 4 hours of streaming, I will go over my review, and I will have it open to where if anybody else wants to come up and say, hey, this is my opinion of what happened today. This is what I got out of today. I want to start doing that. So, yeah, no more strikes, Lois. I'm doing my best to avoid those. And this is one step that I think I can take to avoid that problem. And Lola just turned my screen off. Okay, it's back. Look, see, this is why I need to take these dogs out. They are on my last nerves today. Lola is in nesting mode, and she's right at my feet. So, yeah, I need to go deal with my 4-legged fur babies. So I want you all to have a great rest of your evening. If nobody's told you, you're special, and I appreciate you all for being here. I want you all to have a great rest of your night. The kids want me. I'm wanted. I'm a wanted mom. Y'all have a great rest of your night, and I will see y'all tomorrow. And we will pick up. They are going to rest after this next witness from what I see, and then we will get right into the defense. So we will go over that tomorrow. Till tomorrow. Peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great rest of your night.